it, and now he may throw. Now he reverses field. Now he throws it back all the other way to the other side, and it's incomplete. Oh, my. The third phase is the third rail, and right now, not doing the job. Browns lose 31-29 to the Titans.
Another special teams blunder. How do you keep believing in Bubba?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that type of stuff, Jeff. We have to play better. We have to coach better. That's just the bottom line.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan better. We have to host better. We have to produce better.
Jonathan
we have
better?
to. What did I say?
You said Jonathan better? Yeah. Nick Wilson, Jonathan better.
You know what?
You jumped the gun. You got excited.
Better.
You got excited.
I'm so excited that I don't even know what I'm doing with myself. I think you know what I'm doing with myself. But we got Mac Robinson, courtesy. Now my wires are all crossed.
Oh, no.
Because you jammed me up a little bit there. That opened courtesy of the University Hospitals Cleveland Browns Radio Network and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and, of course, doing the producing for us today. Big Wage Jake Volnick on the 2020s all show long. Hi.
Hi. It's almost like our perfect show in many ways. I get to talk about how great Shadore was. You get to talk about firing Kevin Stefanski. It feels like this is if there was ever a show made for us, this might be today.
I mean, listen, there are some people describing it as the best case scenario. And to me, that is the epitome of loser mentality. We'll get to that later. How you feeling about Shadore? You feeling good today?
Yeah, I got to feel good about Shadore today. Yes.
Any victory laps you'd like to take? Right?
No. We're better than the victory laps.
We are not.
You can't
take
ride.
The
There's
lap.
too many highs and lows and everything that comes with talking football. You don't believe me when I say this. I don't take the highs and run with them. I don't. I bury myself in the lows because I'm just a masochist or something. I'm not sure. I just murder myself with the lows.
But when chains and whatnot.
When the highs happen, you got to take it in stride because the NFL, the way this works is they're just waiting to just go ahead and slap you across the face next week and figure it all out from there. But it felt really good. It felt really good to be able to have Shadore play the way that he did. Nick, not just the idea that he looked good. Think about how he looked good. You had only Joe Bitonio was the starting lineman from week 1 that was on the field in yesterday's game. You were down to 4 backup offensive linemen. You had 3 different pass catchers get injured in that game. He got 64% of pressure on plays, and he was dealing. Like, that was a lot of fun.
So here's, you do need to take a victory lap today. That many supporters should be taking a victory lap because for 8 months, people have gotten progressively negative, more negative about Shadore, and for a majority of those 8 months, he hasn't played. Like, I am Switzerland. I can only take so much of a victory lap for being open-minded to Shadore, being a good NFL quarterback. But, like, I understand the idea of, like, because here's the thing, if you don't do it today, there's not a mythical time in the future you will. It's not like at the end of the season, if he's got 4 more good games ahead of him like he did yesterday, it's going to be 4 weeks late.
We got enough time for I Was Right Radio. Don't worry. There's enough. I do love that part of life. I love I Was Right. But I don't. No. We don't. Unless I'm, shooting off celebration cannons, we take things in stride, Nick. That's how we do things around here.
I see. You didn't want to bring the cannon back today, huh?
I wanted to. It was a loss. I couldn't bring it back in a loss.
Yes, you could.
No, I couldn't.
Yes, because it was an L for them, and it was a dub for you.
This is where my emotional strings are being pulled in every single direction. Did last night feel good in many ways? Yes, it did. Do I feel better about the idea that in a loss the season's going nowhere? Like, if the season was going to the postseason, or if the year was going to the postseason, that would have been crushing to lose that game in that situation in many ways. But there are enough Browns fans out there that just think we did enough for the draft board yesterday, and that's the win. And then Shadore looking good and being able to evaluate him for the rest of the season, that's also the win. And so I left last night feeling overall very optimistic.
I would love to be able to have a true representation of where Browns fans are today, with the 3 things from that game that left you feeling some sort of way. And it's really 4 things, if we're being honest. It's Shadore's 4-touchdown performance. And not just that, it's the highs and lows of the interception in the third quarter that gave Tennessee the lead, basically. And then watching him mount a comeback So that's one part of it. The handling of Shadore in the fourth quarter while he was dealing, including the 2-point conversions.
Yep.
That's another part of it, which is, again, why you lost. The coaching boo-boos across from Bubba to Kevin to Tommy. And then, of course, the defense picking the worst week you could have to have the worst week. Like, I saw...
That was Tony Pollard, Jim Brown.
Not just that.
What happened there?
But, like, honestly, guys, Cam Ward wanted to give you this game. He wanted to give you 4 interceptions.
I'm getting so angry thinking about the amount of people that were even questioning, like, did Cam Ward play a better game than Shadore yesterday? What are you talking about? Stop huffing paint. It was very obvious who the better quarterback in the field was yesterday.
I can't remember the jamoke from Nashville radio, but somebody had put the stats up of Shadore and Cam Ward, and he's like, well, one of these guys plays the number 2 defense. I'm like, the Browns have the number 2 defense, but they just played like number 2 yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that was a wild amount of people that were trying to make the case that Cam Ward looked awesome in that game. And as if the Devin Bush interception, by the way, just never existed. As if he didn't have all sorts of throws that were nowhere close and only threw for 140 yards passing. That was bothersome. What I thought early on the narrative was going to be after the Quinshawn 58-yarder to the house, I thought people were going to be like, because he started accumulating a lot of numbers very quickly in that game. And I was like, oh no. People are just going to wipe away. They're going to say this is all because of the 58-yarder, and it's not going to look good. And I'm like, oh, no. And then, obviously, you end up with the game where he has almost 400 all-purpose yards. He is the leading rusher in the game. He is obviously the leading passer in the game, and he made a million big-time throws that we can talk about.
I mean, I just think the push and pull of today, and I'd love to get the true representation where you're at today, is are you more excited about Shadore's big game or angry at Kevin Stefanski? Because I had 4 hours. That was a slow game yesterday. I had 4 hours of Stefanski. And we can say, well, Tommy Reese called this play, or, well, Bubba Ventrone, he's the head coach of the team. For the love of God, you can ascribe some blame to the head coach of the team. That versus... I was really worried I was going to have to come in here and be like, Shadore lost the game, because that's how bad that interception was, only for that young man to go out and within, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, put together 2 game-winning drives. In what I honestly is not even close, the best quarterbacking performance we've seen.
Not even close.
And honestly, not just this year, because that's the lowest bar ever. Probably since Joe Flacco picked one of the games back in 2023.
I mean, he rallied in a way that we've seen him do at Colorado, and he took it to the next level. And so, like, this was in start 3, he throws for 360 yards, accounts for 4 touchdowns in what I've described as just the most banged up offensive line in the sport, and 3 pass catchers out in that game. Like, that is a chef's kiss of a performance by Shadore. And when we talk about it, we have to keep going to the idea that there are so many quarterbacks, veterans in this league, that would have absolutely faltered under those circumstances with that situation, the way that you're playing with just a starved offense that was just, they had nothing on that team at that point.
Also, he wasn't playing against IUPUI. This narrative, and let's just be honest. If you're not totally convinced on Shadore, we're cool. If you are, if you're like, I need to see that a couple more times before I get too excited, we are cool. If you are negating what he did yesterday, just admit it, you're not a Browns fan anymore. If you can't take enjoyment out of what that was yesterday, even in a loss, even against the Titans, I'm sorry. Like, guys, we've seen plenty of Browns quarterbacks. We've seen Dylan Gabriel throw for 160 yards against the New York Jets in a loss.
That was like 3 Dylan Gabriel's games worth of production, by the way.
Like, I understand that Shadore is a lightning rod. I understand there were a myriad of reasons that you might not like him, including some that are really just stupid, petty, and some that are just really horrific. But if you can't get excited by what you saw yesterday, I think you just might not be, liking football anymore.
So the only part that did make me mad was the idea that, and obviously we'll touch on this a little bit later on, but the idea that, this ended any conversation about whether or not the Browns could evaluate quarterbacks when you think Dylan Gabriel was anything close to that guy. But it also makes it just so so obvious and so clear that the discussion the entire time was just fraught with all sorts of problems. And clearly, if it was a misevaluation, call it what it was. But then they don't know how to evaluate. And on top of it, I can't believe so many people fell for that line of thinking and just took what they spoon-fed them and just acted as if that was what was obviously happening with the idea.
It doesn't sound like you're talking about fans, by the way. It sounds like you're talking maybe more in a professional sense.
So many people in this instance. They got spoon-fed information. I had all sorts of people here coming up and showing me Browns are saying this about behind the scenes. Oh, yeah, okay, because I'm going to believe everything the Browns tell me, and these people believed them. They believed what the Browns told them. They ran with it, and it was so irresponsible that I can't even have it.
I was so confused.
So irresponsible.
I was so confused all of yesterday night. One, because I was watching the Bears-Packers game, which I don't care what the score says. That was just a dud of a game. There was so much bad quarterbacking in that, but I digress. So I was a little bummed that didn't live up to the hype in my head. And two, I was confused because I was like, well, I really want to be excited about Shadore. But also, God, Kevin Stefanski.
So you know what this is, though? This is the Baker game against the Raiders, where Nick Chubb went off and had a couple major runs. You lose that one 45-42 in overtime, but Baker looked awesome in that game. I think that was another 350-yard performance for Baker, and that's very early on in his rookie season. That is after, obviously, the Jets game in Week 3, but that's the first runway that he had, and it was a loss. It was a loss, but there was so much hope attached to that loss and scoring a 40-point performance that you just have to resign yourself to the idea that was for the greater good almost. Like, that wasn't for Shadore. It doesn't mean Shadore is going to be the franchise quarterback for the next 10 years and we go to the Super Bowl and everything's awesome after one game. But he gets the next 4 games. He gets the runway to continue to show what he can do, and then we're off to the races. Hopefully, we're off to the races.
We'll get to the best-case scenario for Browns fans and why I hate that mentality. I do think yesterday was potentially the best case scenario for supporters, because I think you got to see Shadore. You got validated with Shadore in all the nonsense of the NFL machinations against his kid, while also you're one step closer to Kevin Stefanski getting fired. So to the supporters out there, that really was a pipe dream moment. Could it really ever be this good?
I thought it was going to be impossible to have him have a game like he did yesterday, and the prevailing thought afterwards wasn't going to be anything but Stefanski's awesome. Wow, look at the work that he did.
Yep.
I didn't know that we could have this type of moment, and because because we've been talking about it for months. What was going to make me the most angry through all of this was them trying to take credit for Shadore being good at football. He's always been good at football. Okay, there's nothing Stefanski did in 3 weeks that made the light bulb go on. Okay, and I was getting ready to be angry about it all, but the way yesterday went down, that's not the conversation at all.
Listen, we'll wait to see what Albert Breer has to say tomorrow at 5:20. That would be my only rebuttal there, because. Oh, I remember. He lit us up. He tanned that ass, I think, if I remember his MMQB.
He said your name, not mine there. So,
I remember whose name he said. Might have to play that little ditty for Albert Breer tomorrow at 5:20. We'll see just how open-minded he is. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says. At Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got Daryl Ruiter coming up at 3:20. Is he more excited about what he saw from Shadore or despondent about Kevin Stefanski and whatever the hell all of the last 24 hours has been for Kevin Stefanski? We got quick hits at 3:40. We've got Nathan Zegura, Browns analyst. Get his thoughts on Shadore Sanders at 5 o'clock. We've got the lead at 5:20, but 216-474-0092. All of you are calling in to talk about the many things of the Cleveland Browns. We'll get to you guys. Are you more excited about Shadore's big game, or are you more angry at Kevin Stefanski for Stefanskiing, whatever that means, all over the field yesterday? And we do have to get to Captain Obvious, Kevin Stefanski, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Texas A&M. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows, including the Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima and Afternoon Drive live each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jake Volnick.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
92.3thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
With our quarterbacks and our young players, you're always making sure that you're making the right decisions for our guys, and I think he has constantly and consistently gotten better in each one of these games and how he's approached this game. He's been working very hard, so I feel good about where his development is heading. He knows there are always going to be plays that he can be better and those type of things, but he's very intentional about getting better each and every game he's out there.
Kevin Stefanski, Browns head coach. Is that him naming Shadore the number one quarterback going forward?
I tuned out, if we're being honest about it. Everything's white noise to me with Stefanski. Did he say nice things about Shadore?
Well, no, I mean, so that's why Shadore will start the rest of the season.
Did he say nice things? Did he say his name?
Hey.
Did he say his name? Or was he accidentally trying to say Deshaun's name and then said his name? Which one? Did we get a compliment, Alf?
I do like the power stance of, hey, Shadore's going to start the rest of the season. I mean...
Well, no, thank you. Thank you for that groundbreaking news, Kevin.
I got to tell you, you really went on a limb. And I think, listen, that's what we think about Kevin Stefanski. He's not afraid to go out on a limb for Shadore Sanders.
Or the fact that we don't trust him enough that he has to actually implicitly say that is your starting quarterback for the next 4 weeks.
Now remember, with Dylan Gabriel. Oh, Dylan. With Dylan. All right? And that guy got a clear... Listen, he's got a runway here. We didn't even have to talk about is he going to start next week. We just
I forgot to check Dylan's fiance's TikTok to see what her thoughts on the game were.
Did she throw the snowball at Jerry Jeudy as Jerry Jeudy backflipped into the end zone?
That seems more likely than anything, if we're being honest.
It didn't land, so it also could have been Dylan Gabriel.
And also, she probably doesn't have access to suites or anything. Like she's,
That's true.
I mean, she's sitting
true.
in the cheap seats with everyone else.
Maybe she's with Kyle Juszczyk and Christian McCaffrey's wives.
That's backup quarterback money. That's economy seating money right there.
Well,
That's all that is.
Though? He'll be a great high school head coach in Hawaii. Okay, this is all very bitter. It's not about Dylan Gabriel. It is about whatever the hell that Kevin Stefanski was thinking. Because here's the thing. While I was watching Shadore yesterday, there is the element of, this is what we were hoping we could get at some point from this young man. But because we saw that 3 games in, the first thing I did was go back and be like, man, I wonder how much ahead of schedule he could have been if he had just been treated like he was alive from like April until like 4 weeks ago.
I don't think it's an accident that before and after then the Raiders game, he talked about what would happen if he had a full off season of training and a full off season of getting the reps and getting number one. Like, all these things matter. They chose a different guy. They chose poorly, and it was proof positive based off of yesterday.
And I just think with Shadore, listen, 1 game is a lot to say he's the quarterback of the future. Mm-hmm. But now I believe it's possible. Right? Like, now it's listen, the idea that he's going to do what he did yesterday 4 more times this year with pass catchers going down. You lost Posick for the rest of the year with a snapped Achilles, which stinks, by the way, that he's going into free agency and he has that. That just... I
guess Wyatt Teller's again he's out next week as well.
Well, I mean,
that's what we heard.
You got to see more. It's like Tevin. I don't think Tevin Jenkins played that bad.
I did watch Carly's TikTok yesterday, and that's not what she was saying was going to happen in the TikTok, just for whatever it's worth.
But so your offensive line's going down. That defense might have checked out yesterday, and we just don't know it. Like, I think we know it. But it's tough to see him repeating that 4 more times over the final 4 games of the season. But I now go into these games thinking, hey, you have a chance in December. Simply because this kid played the way he did against the Titans.
Well, you have a chance in December, and if everything goes well, you have some flexibility. Like, you don't have to force anything with the quarterback at the top of the draft. You don't have to force anything with potentially trading all your picks to move up to get a quarterback. You don't even have to think about, again, if things go well, you don't have to think about the stupid, Kirk Cousins discussions we had last offseason and everything that accompanies all this stuff. Life is so much sweeter if this just works out. That's where the excitement for Browns fans has to come from, is that not only are you a much better entire ball club if Shadore ends up being the franchise quarterback and is the answer, but it just gives you so much more flexibility, and it gives you way more of a chance to start winning sooner.
Yeah, I mean, if you can do that, no matter who you're playing after 3 weeks of first-team reps with a battered situation, and you can just get something in between. If you just get the aggregate between the first 2 starts and yesterday for the next 4 weeks, well, what is he going to look like with a full off season? And again, it doesn't guarantee nothing. Like, hell, you could have taken this kid with a number 2 pick. Nothing is guaranteed. You've got to do it long term, and you've got to show growth over a long amount of time. But like, there wasn't a single moment where I watched Dillon Gabriel play that I was like, oh, he is decidedly better than the day before.
Right?
Yeah. And now 3 games in, and again, it should be important that, like, they can say, well, we're really protecting him. Maybe true, maybe not, because they've lost the right for you to trust them on anything they say, not just because they've been patently and absurdly wrong about these 2 quarterbacks, but the point is, like, you come back to what they're doing. You come back, the fact that he's done this gives you hope of, man, with a left tackle, maybe a couple guards, and a true playmaker up there alongside Fannin and Judy, and all of a sudden you could have the only thing you need, which is a league average offense.
Well, and think about it. Everyone's like, oh, the offensive line looked so good yesterday. They looked good for 3 weeks. And first off, I don't think that's an accident that now all of a sudden everyone starts to look good. But Shadore was still pressured on 64% of his plays. That's the highest rate Tennessee has had all season long. Like, they were doing everything they could in order to generate the pressure they needed to. Shadore just made it look like it wasn't happening. Shadore was able to make it look like it was normal football. And I don't think enough credit goes to him in those type of areas in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the playmaking stuff, it's funny, of all the plays he made, and that Judy throw was a Shadat just on the money. To me, though, the play that was like I don't want to say it's like the Baker Mayfield special, but the play that I was like, that's my quarterback, it was a touchdown run. That was an absolute broken play. It was a time where I've seen Dillon turtle, and I've seen Joe Flacco turtle this year, and I've certainly seen Deshaun turtle. I've seen so many guys turtle in that moment. To watch him, who, again, the knock on him is he's not mobile. Right? The knock on him is he's not his father, and you and I both, this is something that I will take a small victory lap on. I'm like, just because he's not Deion freaking Sanders doesn't mean the kid can't move.
And we have to emphasize just how bad that line was that he was playing at Colorado.
Yes.
Like, that is, because I know people, they'll pull up the rushing numbers at Colorado. They're in the negative. Like, because the sacks count as yards, they're in the negative by a decent amount. But that's because he had one of the worst offensive lines in college football history. Like, you do have to account for that in some regard. He can use his legs, but it's not the feature that I think a lot of people would think it would be.
So I know a lot of people just want to do the rubber stamp. Shadore became the future quarterback of the Cleveland Browns yesterday. I'm not there yet. But what I will tell you is he did the things, like we've talked about this. When you have this owner, when you have this dysfunction, when you have disorganization, you can't just be a dude. You can't just be some schmo.
You gotta be something special.
You can't be, oh, shucks, Kirk Cousins, you like that. No, you need to have something within you, some sort of spark, toughness, grit, charisma, some thing of that. There's no coincidence that the only time we've seen that has been Baker Mayfield, and now it is 3 games, but we're seeing it from Shadore. And what is the comp you and I have made since the draft? It has been Baker Mayfield.
Right, that's why I tell people, I think the number one thing I've been drawn to with Shadore the entire time has been, I see so much of the two of them, and whether that's Shadore and Baker, whatever way you want to describe it, like it exists, and it's in the intangibles in many ways, it's in the toughness I can't believe the amount of people I heard today being like, I had no idea Shadore was that tough. I was worried about how slight a frame he was. I didn't know that. It's like, did you ever watch him at Colorado at all?
Are you
like,
Booger McFarland? You only watched about Ohio State once this year?
What are you talking? I think that was like one of the top 5 features everyone brings up consistently about Shadore is his toughness.
I had no idea he was Deion's kid.
Right?
Like,
did you just
who was going to tell me?
I couldn't believe it. Okay, clearly the people I'd been arguing with for 8 months never watched any Colorado tape ever. Okay, great.
Have you guys heard about
fantastic.
this? Shadore's a right-handed quarterback.
It was basically that point. I was like, what are we doing? And that's fine.
It's also
that's
very
fine.
accurate. These things are blowing my mind.
Listen, that's all right. If a lot of Browns fans and a lot of people we discuss this stuff with have to slowly and surely learn about Shadore through these games. I'm glad he's got the 4-game runway to try to figure this all out and to be able to showcase what he can do. But it is just that. It's a 4-game runway, and then we'll go from there. But it's fantastic he's going to have the opportunity.
And here's the thing. This is another important thing where I don't love throwing things to it's a lost season, because there are a lot of guys who played really hard this year. And it's tough to say, like, for a guy like Mason Graham who's gotten better and Carson Sweshender who's gotten better. Like, this is only a lost season if this isn't a bridge to something somewhere at some point. Meaning guys like that and Shadore and Dylan and Quinchon and, like, if these
Fannin. Guys
aren't a part of something that you're building going forward, if there is a reset in the coaching staff. But you just can't convince me that you out there aren't thinking, man, what would this season have looked like if you had maybe given Joe Flacco 2, maybe 3 more weeks and getting Shadore ready to play this whole time? Because even though I still don't know you're a playoff team, maybe you could have been that 7 to 8 win team, and really it felt much more like a bridge to somewhere instead of, well, next year now he's got to prove he can be the quarterback and win and all this other stuff.
It had a chance to be drastically different.
Yeah.
It had a chance. They chose Dylan. They chose poorly, and that's why they got to live with those decisions, though. That's why when you're back-to-back 3-win teams in consecutive seasons, and people are saying, oh, but he didn't have the talent. He didn't. No. Stefanski had decisions he got to make. He chose poorly, or at least somebody in the front office had decisions they got to make. They chose poorly.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that we're going to fall back. We're not going to do the moving goalpost thing here. Go ahead and say it's still fair to think that Dylan was Kevin's guy and that Shadore was somebody else's guy. I'm still going to say that no matter how verbose Kevin Stefanski was in that clip, the run clip that we played earlier here, 216-474-0092. Let's go with Jeff in North Carolina. Welcome to the show, Jeff.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Love the comparison with Shadore to Baker. Man, I miss that type of energy, and I feel like that kid's got something. It's clearly different than Baker's, but it's something very similar in that it gets people around him to play hard and believe. The reason for the call, I think that Gabriel got the nod more than anything from just the college career that he had. 4 or 5 different colleges, head coaches, coordinators, etc., and did very well. And when you're going to play a rookie quarterback, I think you have to come in with some understanding of the game that, when you hear a different voice. And unfortunately, the worst thing that happened to Shadore is I think his father's been his coach his whole life, right? He, at Jackson State and Colorado. Not sure what his high school and
Dion was the offensive coordinator for him in high school.
Okay, yeah, my thought would be we would be heavy-handed in it whether or not he was or not. I feel like that's a difficult thing to do when you've only had one voice in your head. And so my hunch is, 3rd round, 5th round, all that stuff does matter. There's about $1.5 million difference in the guaranteed rookie scale contracts, and certainly a lot of perception. But I think when you just got to pick 2 kids that are unproven, you kind of go with the kid who at least can check a protection, maybe change a route, check a run to the right defender, those type of things.
Jeff, real quick, the only thing I would say about what you're saying, and we appreciate you, buddy. We're not running you for that. We are up against it here, but the point is, all those things are things that you can coach up. And I know because they've done that the last 3 weeks, and you saw several times Shadore check into things or point out protection, which he didn't do 2 weeks ago. And there's been an interesting pivot for people trying to maintain the Browns' dignity in all this that I think is, I think it's weak sauce beyond weak sauce. And that is, well, no. It's just that Dylan was more pro-ready. And it's like, no, he was pro-ready to be a backup. He wasn't pro-ready to start. And the whole point of NFL coaching is that if you're not NFL ready, they get your ass NFL ready. I'll take a guy that isn't, quote-unquote, ready to play week one, but has the talent to be a starter, versus a guy who's ready to play week one who doesn't have the talent to be a starter.
Well,
and by the way, I'm still not giving the Browns that out.
It's also not like Joe Flacco got injured and they were forced to make that move either. They were the ones that decided in week 5 that they wanted to go to Dylan Gabriel. They didn't have to go to Dylan Gabriel in that moment.
216-474-0092. Did Shadore become the Browns quarterback of the future with the Titans performance? We got plenty of calls on this. David, Rick, Tony, Ken, Miguel, Michael, other versions of Michael or Miguel coming up here. But, all right, there's a lot to celebrate with the way Shadore played. We got to get to the 2-point conversion in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
treats with Wonder Shop that'll make the season a blast. Make unforgettable memories with incredible prices on gingerbread kits and Wonder Shop baking essentials. And step into the holidays, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Daryl Ruiter coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you on Afternoon Drive. So we'll talk to Daryl about Shadore's big game. How far does that carry him? Of course, it carries him to the end of the season as long as he's healthy. There's one other thing that we forgot to mention in the first 40 minutes of the show that I think rebuts what we saw against San Francisco, and that is Shadore being more comfortable in the wind and snow and making plays in not quite the snow globe game, but certainly pretty tedious circumstances, and being able to do that in the fourth quarter back-to-back times.
Yeah, great point. Like, we talk about growth and we talk about looking better from one week to the next and where we can find things that, like, we truly identify. On Wednesday, when Shadore spoke to the media, I knew there was something different there because all he kept talking about is that Jerry Jeudy throw he had in the San Francisco game, and then going away from throwing the deep ball, going away from what he felt comfortable to do. And that's why all week long it turned into a big conversation. Are they going to let him loose? Are they going to let him loose? And I wasn't concerned about it because I knew Shadore would go back to what he's comfortable with, and he got spooked in the 49ers game. In many ways, we can look at the 49ers game as almost a blessing. He got spooked in that game, and he didn't trust himself. And then you realize going into this one, he wasn't going to let that happen twice. Like that, he learned his lesson. He touched the stove, he got burnt, he's not going to do that again. And that's why I think we saw the continued deep plays. And even after the interception, why he went back to having the deep plays. He learned.
Yeah, well, and I think that was, to me, that's how do you respond to your biggest mistake? I mean, there was a part of me that was worried today. I was going to have to come in and be like, he lost the game. He did. I mean, that interception in that moment felt like, how are you going to come back from that? Me and my cabin guys were texting during the actual, I think it was with 9 minutes left, and I was like, I think Shadore can get you a score here. I don't think he can get you 2 scores. He went and did it. He went and whether it was the weather, whether it was, how do you respond to that twice? How do you get these guys how they were playing around him to score twice? He did it. Now, that being said,
once the 2-point conversion failed the first one, I knew they were scoring a second time.
Oh, that's interesting.
I knew it. I
thought it was going to be the
my buddies. No, I was texting my buddies. The moment that 2-point conversion didn't hit the first time, I said they're scoring a touchdown again, and they're going to end up losing the game, and it basically in very predictable fashion to how it went down. But I knew he was scoring again.
I remember surmising something like, I'd just be fitting if we actually scored it, and then the 2-point conversion was the difference, and lo and behold, the 2-point conversion was the difference. Well, after the game, again, it was Quinshon Judkins and Gage Larvidan on a trick play where Quinshon just abruptly forgot to, pitch the ball. Totally normal play, right?
His brain stopped working. Yeah. I don't know. We can at some point dissect what happened.
Could it be that half of the Titans' defense was within 3 yards of him? Because I think if you watch him, he's watching the wall of Titans. One of which I believe was T. Devondre Sweat. I think he was just watching them and like, I'm going to die. I honestly think he saw. Which is funny because I think the obvious is, Gage Larvidan might have been able to waltz into the end zone.
Yeah, if he had just executed it, yeah.
But, so obviously that was a pivotal point. Kevin Stefanski, tough, smart, accountable. Kevin Stefanski was asked about that decision and the decision to go for 2 and the play they called with Shadore Sanders not on the field after the game.
What's supposed to happen on that last 2-point conversion?
Yeah, not going to get into all the specifics, Jeff, but obviously it did not go as we thought it would.
You make that call or did Tommy?
Yeah, I make every call.
Shadore had the hot hand. Why would you take him off?
Yeah, it's a 2-point play. Didn't come through on our first 2-point play. Got to the second 2-point play. We didn't come through, but that's on me.
Is that play call yours or Tommy's?
I'm responsible for all of it.
Kevin, on the first one, just I guess what prompted wanting to go forward in that scenario?
Yeah, it's a scenario that we talk about a lot. That's something that when you're down 14, feel good about the decision there. Didn't come through.
I don't honestly care about the decision to go for 2. I understand that this is an analytically inclined organization, so they're going to do that. To me, it's how the hell do you have a kid that is cooking, that is playing real football, and you take him, he's the reason why you get back into that game and you're in a position and you still feel the need. Listen, this whole thing is about evaluating right? All these players, giving them chances to develop.
Yeah.
That would have been a great chance to build the confidence of Shadore, or at least give him the experience of failing and learning from it. I'm cool failing, going for 2 points with Shadore. I'm not cool failing when you just take the ball out of the rookie quarterback's hand.
You got to give the ball to Shadore in that moment. That's I agree. That's the part that's inexcusable to me. Shadore was one of the best red zone quarterbacks last year in all of college football. We know that it's a strength of his, and so the idea that they keep looking at these red zone situations as anything but a strength for him, I hope they get that right moving forward. But the idea that you turn it into a trick play, I don't know. Was your instant thought the same as mine in that they weren't trying to win this game?
I mean, I think that was, not for me. No, I think they were trying to win it. I honestly think Kevin Stefanski thought that was the best play. Taking the ball out of Shadore's hands was going to give them the best chance to win.
Okay, because if that was the case, then I in the moment, and because I was texting Buddy so I can remember it, I was thinking either he just is incredibly dumb when it comes to what he thinks about these type of situations right now, or he's trying to lose the game. Either one, it's not great. Like so much of that play was revolved around rookies performing their job at an extremely high rate between Larvidan and Judkins, and when you bring that much into the equation, and I know I get it, I'm asking a rookie in Shadore Sanders to pull off the part two, but you're doing a trick play. These trick plays are not supposed to be as successful as the Browns think they are. It fell short for me.
So I think, to me, it's much more alarming. I think there's a fine difference between Kevin Stefanski is trying to lose and Kevin is checked out. And it's funny, like, we can get into this as the show goes on. I think Kevin knows. Not only do I think Kevin knows that the end is nigh, I think he'd welcome it. I think if you said right now to Kevin, you want to coach the final 4 weeks of this, or can we just fire you now?
Well, he sounded very defeated in the postgame.
Well, and I'll be honest with you, that was the biggest chicken bleep move of them all. I like Kevin.
Coach Riz loved it, by the way. Coach Riz thought there was accountability there.
Well, I understand why he likes it, because he basically said, it's my decision.
He took the bullets is what he did.
No, the problem is...
He stepped on the grenade.
The problem is he took accountability by not taking accountability. So he took accountability for the play call without actually explaining why the hell Shadore wasn't on the field. You owe it to Browns fans. And I'm sick of this organization thinking they don't owe it to Browns fans. There are, listen... 90% of stuff, you don't owe a damn thing to the Browns fans in way of explanations. In a game that was incredibly winnable, with a team that, against all odds, was fighting back into that game, right? And a fan base that was in that game. When you make that decision to take the quarterback who led you back into this game, when you make the decision to pull him off the field, have a set and speak on it.
And so here's the problematic part of this, Nick, is that if you heard in the press conference, Stefanski had mentioned they had made the decision to do that play and go for it in that situation. But that play, that call, that little gadget play that we've been talking about, as the drive was progressing, this was not something that they came up with after they scored the touchdown and then saw the whole flow of how they even got to the end zone. This is Stefanski's words, and how he accounted for it was that they came up with all this as the play was, or as the drive was moving and they were going down the field. They had in the headset collectively come up with the idea that not only obviously you're going for it, you have to, but that was going to be their play call when if in fact they got in the end zone. Now, for myself, I think that is, you talk about missing feel. That's missing feel for the game right there. Like understanding what you're hot with, who's playing well in the moment. How'd you come up with that at like the 40-yard line as you're trying to drive down?
And why did the rest of the drive not change your mind? Why are you more comfortable with the game in the hands of Quinshon? And I love Quinshon, right? But you're running back than the quarterback that engineered not just one but two, a game clinching and a game tying, a drive to get back into the game and then potentially a game clinching drive.
All right,
that's just embarrassing.
We agree. We both hated the play call. I think that's the dumbest thing about it. I think we both also agree we didn't hate them going for two in many instances. The part that did bug me, though, and this is where I would push back on the idea of going for two. Is yes, in most situations that's right, and yes, it does give you the highest percentage chance of actually winning the game. All those things are true. You know what gives you the highest percentage chance of going into overtime, though, and this is irrefutable, this is also backed up by analytics, is kicking the extra points. And the reason why you don't kick the extra points is you're trying to avoid overtime, right? In my mind, though, the way that game was going, if you send this thing to overtime, you're winning that game.
Yeah.
irrefutable to me. You're winning that game. The Browns defense had it locked down with Tennessee. They weren't able to move the ball, as evidenced by the drive that stopped in between the 2 touchdowns that you had. And you go to overtime, you win that game. And so I just feel like that was the feel that was missed within this, is that if you kick the extra points, you send it to overtime, I can all but assure you that you take home that win.
216-474-0092. Obviously, we're reacting to the Cleveland Browns loss here in the 2-point conversion. And just, I want to give Stefanski credit for just taking one on the chin for Tommy Rees and saying, hey, everything's at my feet, all right? That is accountability, except when you use that as a reason to not explain why Shadore wasn't on the field in that scenario.
Yeah, and just bypass it all.
Yes, because that's the more important part. Going for it, to me, all right. Yeah, give me some insight on that.
If you're going to have stones and go for it, you might as well be able to back it up in the postgame.
Also, it is your fault. You're the head coach, right? You've allowed Bubba Ventrone to continue to be employed. You allow that decision. Kevin Stefanski can veto that play. Like the amount of people on Twitter yesterday are like, wow, but he didn't call that play. Yes, but he allowed it to happen.
Well, again, as discussed, they had themselves discussed what the play was mid-drive. They had already that was a collective. We try to figure out what parts
10 minutes real time.
That's a collective decision that they had made in real time as the drive was progressing. That's what they wanted to do.
216-474-0092. We'll go here. What was the worst part of the going for 2 decision? I really didn't love Kevin not having an answer on why Shadore wasn't on the field, and I really don't like when we're trying to figure out what you have and trying to give that quarterback every chance to succeed, taking the ball out of his hands. And some, not everyone, but some, are seeing the light with Shadore Sanders. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
graphics from The Fan from earlier today, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jake Volnick.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's a 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Daryl Ruiter coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Quick hits coming up at 3:40. Somehow it feels like a Browns victory Monday simply because while they lost, there's hope for the next 4 weeks because Shadore played better than any quarterback has this year.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. Even like Ken this morning, Ken called it a victory Monday like 4 times and had to correct himself and be like, "No, we did lose the game." And but that's what this vibe is giving off in many ways. Because yes, it is hope, but it's also the idea that Shadore looked good and ultimately quarterback trumps everything in this league. Having a quarterback and having at least the prospect of a quarterback that could take the reins moving forward that's worth its weight in gold, and that's inspiring.
Well, I was thinking about this outside of Baker. I can't think of another time that we've been this deep into December. The Browns were just eliminated from the playoffs with a horrific, unexplainable loss to a horrific bad team, and I'm excited to watch the next game.
Yeah.
And not just that, because I think, hope really is the main drug that the NFL sells, and you're so right about the hope in the quarterback position and the thing that spurns you on, but it's not just hope for the final 4 games. It's hope that this isn't just going to be so you trade up for Mendoza or more. If you believe in those guys, then it's still going to be a conversation, right? And it wouldn't surprise. Sure. I don't know that there's anything Shadore can do to completely put that conversation to bed, but it just being a real conversation is a gigantic flexibility. The reason why you got boned so hard this last year is your flexibility was Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, into Dylan Gabriel and Shadore Sanders. That's your best case scenario was Kirk Cousins, who's helping the LA Rams get a top 10 pick this year by way of Atlanta.
Yeah.
That was going to be your best case scenario, and instead your worst case scenario was Joe Flacco.
Well, and the other subplot around this, and I joked about this with you on Thursday, but I think it kind of bared out over the weekend, where I was imploring everyone, if you don't want to see Deshaun Watson play quarterback next year in any capacity, root for Shadore to be awesome. Root for him to be great.
Still emotional blackmail, by the way.
And yes, it was, and I admit to it, and that's fine. I just needed as many people as I possibly could in that moment to get on board with rooting for Shadore this last weekend. But it is true. There are, and then you get the report on Saturday, and everyone's talking about Deshaun not only being on the team for next year, but possibly starting next year. And maybe that came from David Mulugeta. I don't know. We'll find out later. But there's at least that conversation.
Had a signature at the bottom of it. It was really weird.
It might as well have. But we'll at least have those. We were having those conversations. We were talking about it. And if Shadore is, I'm not even saying great. If he's good enough to at least stave off the quarterback draft conversations, and maybe it's just because Mendoza ends up going number 1 overall and the Browns have the 4th or 5th overall pick, whatever, it gives you options, and you can go into 2027 and you can attack the quarterback plan from there if Shadore then doesn't materialize.
Now, I said to start the show, if Shadore playing the way he did yesterday, if it doesn't at least open your mind a little bit, at some point you just have to question whether you like football. Right? If you can't, again, in the second segment.
Because it was just fun? Is that why?
What was fun, he's 4 touchdowns. I don't recall the last time a quarterback got 4 touchdowns in a game and actually was directly responsible for them. However, but if you're still on the fence, or if you're well, that's great, but I want to see more. Okay, that's probably the appropriate take today. But it was interesting to see who's willing to maybe start to open up the dialogue there, and who isn't. Well, let's give credit where it's due. Anthony Lima today of the Morning Boys began the show, I believe this from the first hour, maybe admitting little culpability on his mistakes with Shadore.
This is what makes the Browns look terrible. It does look really bad that You drafted Dylan ahead of him. You gave him first priority. He wasn't
I think
ready
I'm gonna agree with you on this.
for football.
Yeah.
Shadore was more ready for football. And you told everybody.
Yeah.
This is the thing. When people would get mad at me or Albert Breer or any of the reporters saying that there was this chasm between the two quarterbacks, well, it's because the Browns were telling everybody that. And then, by the way they operated, they were telling everybody that. So it was the Browns that planted that seed. And so, yeah, I ran with it. I made the mistake of trusting the Browns on that. And it's obvious to everybody that Dylan Gabriel was not ready, that Shadore was more ready, and that, oh, by the way, Shadore has way more talent.
All right. As the lead supporter at this station, is this Anthony Lima taking accountability for his shahate, as it were? Do you accept this logic there?
Okay, so there's two different roads we can go down, and I want to see which one you think of. Because the first one, this was my initial thought. My initial thought was, wow, that was big of Lima. Like, he didn't have to concede all of that right then and there. And while admitting basically that he just fell victim to the idea that the Browns were pushing him all sorts of information, and like a sucker at the poker table, he was buying it. Oh my goodness! I mean, I'm shocked he did that.
That's frothing.
Well, it's surprising.
You gotta see, if you guys aren't watching the 92 Fan YouTube channel, you need to see the way that as JP was saying it in real time, I could see you.
Well, I do get angry.
You're getting.
I get angry at it because I sat there and I tried telling anyone that would listen for as long as they would listen that the Browns are lying to everybody behind the scenes about Shadore's lack of development and all this other stuff, and that it was hogwash. And meanwhile, I was getting shouted down by people like Lima who were telling me, no, you're not talking to the right people. Everyone that's there says he can't even do anything, can't even hold a football. It's like, no, guys, he can. He was really good in college. I'm telling you, this is going to translate. But to have the admittance there that you just took what they said and you ate it up and then tried spoon feeding it to everybody is what drives me insane. Have a thought for yourself. Have an opinion for yourself. Don't just take what the Browns tell you. That's the part that I get mad about. That's the part that I do get mad about. Now, the other side of this,
seeing. By the way, he curtailed that just a little bit because he saw the joy in my eyes as it was happening. He's
anytime Nick gets really excited, I go, "Oh no, we're going too hard here. This started off as trying to be like, good job, Lima. You did good. Like, thank you for at least admitting it. Thank you for falling on the sword.
The slippery wizard has done a good job being spoon-fed things from the Cleveland Browns.
I do think it takes a lot, though, to at least be like, hey, my bad. I got spoon-fed and fell for it instead of thinking on your own. Like, at least you admitted that.
No, I think it's chicken bleep.
Of course it is. Now the other part of this, Nick, is then as that was playing, though, I had a second thought. I was like, wait a second. Is he in many ways just trying to escape culpability here and pass the buck to the Browns were the reason why I ended up looking like an idiot?
Yeah, I believe that is.
That's also not good enough either. So the same people that made you look, maybe this is just a lesson, okay? The same people that made him look like an idiot throughout this entire process and saying all these other things about how Shadore isn't ready, where then 3 weeks later he's throwing for 350 yards and 3 touchdowns. Maybe you shouldn't trust him next time. Maybe that's the learning experience here. Maybe you just don't trust him and run with what they're trying to tell you behind the scenes because they've lied to you for 6 years about what they do behind the scenes. They're not trustworthy. They never have been.
Like, here's the thing. I immensely respect the Cavs and Guardians organizations. So I give them deferential treatment that if they were to say, hey, Nick, heard you said this, and here's what we really think it is. I'm not going to completely go, well, okay, that must be it.
It makes me doubt it even more when that happens.
No, with the Cavs and Guardians, I will at least...
with Cavs and Guardians,
I will have that, like, all right, that checks and balances.
I doubt everybody, though. That's the difference. I doubt everybody.
You should, absolutely. But with two very credible organizations, I'll at least entertain what I hear. The Browns cannot sell me anything. There's nothing, and by the way, in the moment that they should have lost all credibility with anybody in the media is training camp. When they were saying how good Dylan, how far ahead he was, how good he looked, and how Shadore's really not ready, while Shadore passed every test that we saw and Dylan failed every test we saw, and they acted like the opposite happened, that should have been the moment that a lot of people really wised up, and instead they went, because it's not just Lima. There were a lot of people that took the bait from this and just didn't keep an open mind on Shadore because, well, the Browns said, which is just the definition of galactic stupid.
Exactly. And the other side, and I thought about this with Lima too, and just trying to I'm just trying to be kind here is the point, right? Obviously, I failed at that mission.
We're going back to the kind.
I failed at that mission. I get it, but I was trying to be kind in my head of being like, I'm going to give him credit for admitting this. That was big of him in a way. But the other side of this is, and I just wondered this: is it because we spent so much more time at training camp? Because we do the shows from training camp, and Lima goes to training camp. I'm not saying he's never there, but like for a lot of people, they're not there the amount of days that we're there, and we saw with our own two eyes Dylan look awful. And so it made it so much easier in many respects. Yes, I believed in Shadore way before training camp. And yes, I thought Dylan Gabriel sucked way before training camp. But when you sit there and do an interview with Bernie Kosar and we collectively watched 7 straight incompletions and nowhere close by Dylan Gabriel, it makes it a lot easier to be like, hey, the red flags are happening. You got more red flags than Tiananmen Square going on right now. Like, can somebody pay attention to what they're trying to shovel to you guys while understanding that it's not matching what our eyes are saying in the slightest bit?
I also think, like, because there's going to be idea of, well, the Browns did give him a chance. Kevin has coached, all this kind of stuff that are very fair conversation to have about this. But I can't get over that there was some sort of internal thing going on that allowed the organization itself to lean into the narratives about Shadore that were perhaps unfair in the pre-draft process, and that they themselves, or at least parts of them, were still stuck on their pre-draft evaluation instead of letting this kid come in with a blank slate. And I think that, to me, and that, to get back to Kevin Stefanski, that's my frustration. There is what you thought of a human being in the pre-draft process, and then there is going out and saying draft position doesn't matter. It's a clean slate for everyone, and then that not being true.
Oh, yeah.
That, to me, is antithetical to leadership.
Or they're just really bad at their jobs. Take your pick. It's either neither one is a good answer.
Both.
Yeah, but neither one is a good answer, though, and so that's part of the problem in the entire discussion.
216-474-0092. Want to hear from you guys? Let's go with Ken in Cuyahoga Falls. Ken, welcome to the show, buddy.
Gentlemen, how's it going? Hey, Jonathan, you're not going to like me. I thought Shadore played awesome. I did. I don't even care about the one interception.
That feels weird because it does feel like he would like this.
Yeah,
he sounds like he likes this a lot.
So far, I like this, Ken.
No. Jonathan, you can't see straight.
He can. He's not cross-eyed.
No. Listen to what I'm telling you. I was such a Baker homer, I couldn't see. I love Baker still. And I want Shadore to be the best quarterback the Browns have ever had. But you got to pump the brakes.
What did I say that wasn't pumping the brakes?
No. I'm not saying that. I want him to do well. Don't get me wrong, because I'm tired of all these losers. He didn't lose the game. The Pantsme did. And they need to let him go. It's time to move on. I just don't want you to get upset if something happens to Shadore and he's not what you think he is. That's all I'm saying.
I'm I'm open for that, Ken. And I
are you really?
No,
are you really?
Yeah.
Really are.
Ken.
I hear you guys every day, and I love you both. Really,
but especially me.
I do. I love you too, Nick.
Do I believe in him? Yes. If it doesn't happen, at the end of the season, if he looks bad for the next 4 games, I mean, all I can ever do, Ken, is just call it how it is and call it how I see it.
You know what I want to happen? I want him to keep improving. I like this kid. I don't like his dad whatsoever, but I like him. I like him a lot. I've called in and dogged you guys before, but I like him. The issue is Kevin. The issue's Kevin. I'm done with Kevin. I want Shadore to be the next 10-year quarterback. That's what I want.
All right,
Ken. We appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
So thank you.
I mean, do people forget where you didn't just glaze Shadore the 2 previous weeks?
Well, and thank you for pointing that out, because it is one of those things. Like and here's where, as I made the whole segment about Lima, I'll give Lima credit. Out of the 2 of them in the morning, he at least this morning was able to be like, have you listened to Jonathan the past few weeks? Like, he's been very level-headed and very understanding of the situation, and that's all you can do. Is like, my big problem was for 9 months, guys, when we didn't see Shadore play, I wasn't going to move off what I thought of him in college because we had no new games to go off of. I've said this repeatedly. I thought it was insanity. If I believed him in college, what part of a 9-month layoff would have me being like, no, he sucks? Well, the only way you get off of that, Nick, is if you believe what people like the Browns were telling you behind the scenes. And as we really kind of laid out here, I don't buy anything anybody tells me behind the scenes, because a lot of the times it's whatever they want to push. And so I didn't let it move. I didn't get moved off of that at all.
I didn't know if Shadore's supporters were still hurting his chances here. I didn't know that one. I just want to check that one. Also, how do we feel about Stefanski? It's
used a lot.
It's not Stefanski.
It's not very clever, but I do like any attempt.
It's not stupid Fansky, which I find both not clever, not working, and not nice.
Yeah.
I think we can just say he's a bad coach, guys. We don't have to find an insulting way.
You don't have to come up with nicknames.
And by the way, if we're going to do it, it's got to be Kevin. And I don't know what it would be. If we're going to start having an insulting moniker for Kevin Stefanski, I think Stefanski I don't think it can be touched. I think it's too many noises, and I think it's just 6 years in, it's not going to happen. Let's shift to Kevin. If we're going to start doing an insulting name thing.
It's hard to insult Kevin. I'm trying to think of an insult for someone named Kevin.
Well, I'll think of one.
Okay, you'll get one.
Daryl Ruiter in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
or icy cold beer for game day. True North Convenience Stores is your one-stop shop for all your game day essentials. Stock up on your favorite domestic beers and seltzers in our beer cave. All brands are competitively priced. Want to score even bigger savings? Download the True Rewards mobile app.
The Cleveland Browns. You are not serious people.
Be a part of the conversation on the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. It's not quite a Browns victory Monday, but there is hope. And hope, December, Cleveland, 20-degree weather. These things are not always mutually exclusive or generally near each other in the expectations of Clevelanders to talk about the Browns' loss to the Titans. But Shadore's very nice game yesterday. We welcome on our Browns beat reporter, Daryl Ruiter, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, welcome to the show.
Hello, boys.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you more excited about Shadore's big game or angry at the coaching staff, specifically Kevin Stefanski, for the way that game went down?
I'm going to say I'm more excited for Shadore and what the future might hold.
Why?
Well, because if he plays like this the rest of the season, which we got Kevin to say today, that Shadore will be the starter for the rest of the season. If he's able to play this way toward the rest of the season, maybe we could have a conversation about having him be the starting quarterback in 2026. So there's a lot of potential there. And whereas like the coaching staff, they may all not be here next year. And the outcome of yesterday's game in the grand scheme of things might not matter. So I think when I look at big picture, Shadore's performance matters more than just anger and disappointment from poor coaching.
Wait, real quick. When Kevin announced the obvious that Shadore would be the starter going forward, did you guys start a slow clap and then just allow him, like as it built to like a raucous applause for his bravery? Did you guys then like allow him, basically play him off with a clap, like a thunderous ovation?
No. I think Mary Kay just went on to the next question.
I'm surprised you guys didn't chime in being like, no duh. Like, thanks for breaking that news, Kevin.
We listen. We try and keep those pressers respectful.
Let me ask you, I am curious because today's felt like a win in many ways, and it should be one of the worst losses of the season when you lose to a one-win Titans team that might be one of the worst teams we've seen in the previous half-decade. What were the vibes, though? What were the vibes in the locker room after the game? Were they uplifted, or was it like a typical loss where it seems like it was just all down and out?
A combination. I mean, look, the fact that Shadore played as well as he did, I mean, he did something that no Browns rookie quarterback has ever done with the 350-plus yards passing, 3 passing touchdowns, a rushing touchdown. The fact that he accounted for 4 scores, the fact that he brought them back from double digits down twice in that game. They had a chance. They have a chance with him on the field. And I think that that's what the locker room sees. They don't have a chance when Dylan Gabriel is on the field. When Shadore Sanders is on the field, there's a chance. And so I think that, as you guys put it, stating the blatantly obvious that he should be the starting quarterback for the remainder of the season, I think that will buy, I guess, some goodwill within the locker room because they got 4 miserable games left to go on this schedule, and they're not going to be favored in any of them. Certainly not in Chicago, won't be against Buffalo, won't be against Pittsburgh, and they're not. Maybe they will be against Cincinnati, depending on where the Bengals are come Week 18. But there's tangible hope with Shadore, and folks should be excited about it. I don't want to hear about that. Oh well, it was against the Tennessee Titans and they were 1-11. Look, they're professionals, and he went out there and made throws. The touchdown to Jerry Jeudy was a thing of beauty. Same thing to David Njoku. The Harold Fannin ball was incredible too. He made a lot of really good throws. Really, one bad throw, and that was the interception. That was a bad decision, but I loved what he had to say about it after the game. Thought we needed a spark. I took a chance. It didn't work. I'm going to learn from that. I know that now that's a play that I can't try and make. But yeah, I think that he has shown a lot in the short time that he's been on the field, and he's shown a lot of progression in the short time that he's been on the field. And again, these are none of the things that we saw from Dillon Gabriel. So it's we're never going to get an explanation, but I do kind of feel like there's some splaining that needs to be done from that organization when it comes to not only their draft processes and who they took and when they took them, as well as the evaluation, both leading into the draft as well as coming into the season.
Daryl, what do you think is more important to Shadore being QB1 heading into this offseason? Wins in the final 4 games or just the stats?
Well, it's not just about stats, Nick. He just has to play well. Look, the numbers yesterday were impressive, but going back and watching it, he played pretty impressive. There are some spots where, yes, the footwork still needs some work. There were a couple plays where he got a little further away from the line of scrimmage than maybe I would be comfortable with a quarterback getting away from the line of scrimmage. There were plays where he was trying to direct traffic, saw that there was nothing there, and he threw the ball away. There were plays where he got it out real fast. He got through the progressions real fast. So for me, it's more about the film than the box score and the wins and losses at this point, because let's be honest about it, where the Browns are at, which is 3-10, with 4 to play, the wins and losses right now feel like they're just completely immaterial, and I think Kevin kind of told you that with some of the coaching decisions he made yesterday.
If there was only a way to gauge how someone played, though,
There's only 4 eyes.
There's only if there was only numbers that would represent how well somebody played. I don't know what you'd call them. I don't know. They can't think of a word.
Statistics?
Yeah, that sounds right, but
we
maybe
have too
not.
many of them is the argument we have now.
That's true.
Analytics.
Oh, Daryl, I hear you're big mad at big analytics these days.
I'm not big mad at analytics. It's just the Browns don't know how to use them, and they don't help the Browns.
You're getting in fights with people over 2-point conversions. Tell us what's happening.
No, listen. You don't have the personnel to do that stuff. The Philadelphia Eagles have the personnel where they can follow analytics and go for 2 when they're still down a touchdown. The Browns don't have those people. Kick the extra point, be down 7, then go for 2 if you want to go for the win after that. Because if you don't get it, which the Browns typically don't get, now you're down out and you got to go for 2 again. And they didn't get either one of them, and they ended up losing the game by 2 points. So, and also, too, when you're not play for overtime. That, granted, is someone who covered the game. No one wanted to see overtime in that game yesterday, but the analytics, or you can follow the analytics when you have the personnel. The Browns don't have the personnel. And when you look at the results since they instituted this program, which, again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. My point that I'm trying to make is it's not helping them. It's not producing wins. They have 7 losing seasons, okay? 5 or 6 of those are the double-digit varieties. Actually, no, it's 8 losing seasons. 6 of them, double-digit variety, since they implemented this analytical plan and adopted it. It doesn't work for them. It works great for the Philadelphia Eagles. Doesn't work well here in Cleveland. So they need to assess how they're using it. And I don't know, also it would help if the front office would get some personnel in here that would make it worthwhile.
Yeah, but just imagine where they'd be without analytics, Daryl.
I know, they'd still have 3 wins. They're right back where they were. Listen, they
might only have 2, Daryl.
Yeah. I mean, they're losing, Nick, at the same clip that they were losing at 10 years ago. Nothing is better with this team other than, okay, you have a Hall of Famer on the roster, once-in-a-generation defensive player. Other than that, the rest of it's slop. It's the same slop fans have been fed for 27 seasons for the most part, outside of 3 or 4 watchable years. Like, it's not, whatever their application, whatever it is, it's not translating into any type of a competitive advantage for this franchise. And again, it's the same thing. For whatever reason, everything is harder here in Cleveland when it comes to the Browns. They have to take the hardest path to everything. They can never figure anything out. They can never do anything the right way on the field. So, it's not that I'm against analytics. I'm just against the wasting all this time and energy on them when they don't produce any results.
I do agree with you, though. I would have played for overtime. And the analytics do say that if you just, again, the reason why you go for 2 is it gives you a higher chance of winning the game. But kicking the extra points just give you a higher chance of going to OT. I think if they go to OT in that game, Daryl, I don't know how they would have ended up losing because the Browns offense looked that much better at the end of the game. And it looked like Cam Ward had done all he could in that game.
Yeah, Shadore Sanders outplayed Cam Ward by a mile yesterday. Okay? Like, he did. And again, that's part of the reason I feel so good about what I saw yesterday. The run defense didn't show up for the Browns. That's unfortunate. Special teams as well. It remains as special as it's been under Bubba Ventrone. And yeah, like when you're fighting and scratching and clawing for wins, you can't really afford to take sometimes you just gotta, let's do the basics. Let's just let's kick the PAT, go down 7. If we score again and come within a point, then we have a decision to make. Do we go for the win? Do we go for the tie? Or I should say, in this case, go for the lead or go for the tie. Then you make the decision. My point is, you don't have the personnel to get the 2-point conversion at a rate that I feel comfortable with them going for it in that spot. Also, they went to the gadgetry. They took the hottest hand on the field, off the field for that one because they, I guess, had to hold him accountable because he fumbled the snap on the first 2-point conversion. Again, selective accountability with this team. And so you don't get it. You lose the game by 2, and that's what's frustrating because that is a game they should not have won. They're probably not going to win another game this season now. But they could have had that one yesterday, and because they're all caught up in their spreadsheets, and you don't have the personnel to allow you to be caught up in the spreadsheets, you lost the game you should have won. So good for you. Y'all smarter than all of us. Enjoy your loss.
I'm going to leave it there. Daryl, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
You bet. Talk to you later in the week.
Daryl Ruiter there, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Great stuff with him. We do have to get to Kevin Stefanski. He did it to himself. That's coming up in about 30 minutes here, but quick hits. Leading off with one Cleveland Browns player weighing in on the 2-point conversion and the big whoopsie in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Kevin Harlan here from Monday Night Football on Westwood One. Join me and Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner for a battle between two playoff-bound teams when the Los Angeles Chargers take on the Philadelphia Eagles. Eagles are 8-4, but have lost 2 straight. Chargers also 8-4. They're coming off a win. Don't miss it. Eagles at the Chargers on Monday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
A honest conversation about Kevin Stefanski coming up in just about 20 minutes. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have Nathan Zegura coming up at 5 as well. But it was a gigantic weekend in football, not just here in Cleveland. Let's go ahead and bring it all back with quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
JP, we mentioned a lot about the 2-point conversion. Gage Larvadan muffed another punt this week and was a part of the failed 2-point conversion play, which he was asked about after the game.
What was supposed to happen on that 2-point conversion?
We were supposed to score, so we get 2 points. Yep.
All right. Gage made a big whoopsie. Not on that play, but another one. I thought this answer was objectively hilarious.
It's kind of funny. It's right in line with the answer that Shadore gave. I don't know which reporter it was, but they asked him, like, so what were you trying to do in that play to was it the Fannin one or the Njoku one? Either one. He was like, did you mean to get it to that receiver? He's like, yeah, I threw it there for a reason. Yeah. Like, it's all of that. Yes, I like when athletes have the awareness in the moment to understand that sometimes reporters ask dumb questions.
Also, I just like that Gage, he's been under fire. I mean, there's a chance at some point in the very near future, if he does at least one more of those, they might strongly scold him, or I don't even maybe threaten him just being cut. So the idea that Gage was like, I'm not going to answer that question. I know exactly what you're asking, but I'm like, that's the appropriate of, you just lost. You made a mistake in that loss, although, again, not on the 2-point conversion. And I'm just going to go ahead and be a little bit of a smartass here.
It sucks because how do you have him return punts anymore?
I don't know. They just did it.
I know, but and they probably will for the rest of the season. But yeah. I don't know how you justify that, and it stinks because I root for him. I like him, but that's just I don't know how you continue to put him out there.
Yeah, because you're just going to keep doing it.
They're just going to keep doing it.
Yeah, the bold thing about the Browns is, this is great, where they're like, man, that was a real mistake. And then they act like, we got this covered. Don't you guys worry. And then they just keep doing it.
Like maybe in a dome, maybe in a dome. But if there's any wind at all,
so
please, no.
Wait. We just have to
slight
wait.
Breeze is like, no, thank you.
Just be patient, JP. In 3 years, 3 to 4 years,
and then you get to play half of your games in a dome.
Yep,
only half.
And then it'll be
count for the
electric.
Other half. Well, we'll count for the other half somewhere. But yeah. All right, College Football Playoff Committee, they came out with their rankings. Notre Dame missing out is the big deal here. Notre Dame has been very grumpy about the whole ordeal. They say they won't do any bowl games. They won't participate after this. And so it's an interesting little tidbit to the whole conversation, but Notre Dame big mad.
Yeah, this would be like when a trust fund baby doesn't get to get in the club. And then they throw a huge hissy fit and threaten to sue the owner. Ooh, you got us, Notre Dame. Did Notre Dame lose some games this year, or were they undefeated? Did I miss the point where they were undefeated?
Not only did they lose games, they lost games to Miami. And that's why Miami was ahead of them.
Now, granted, you can say, well, how did somebody leapfrog all that? You left it up to chance. Like, I got to be honest with you, Vanderbilt had a great, their head coach, Clarkley, had an incredible response to this, whereas, like, basically the media baited him. They set it up like, how frustrating is this? And he's like, no, we didn't do our job.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. When it was 2 teams, I always had such empathy for programs if it was like 3 12-1 teams and somebody got in. Always had empathy. When it was 4 teams and there was always 1 team left out. It's 12 teams. That's half the top 25.
Now, within this, though, I don't love the idea that Tulane and James Madison are in. I think they made that part of the rule, and I don't know that I need that necessarily.
Well, in fairness, if the ACC was a real football conference, we wouldn't have this problem either.
Well, and so that's where Notre Dame's AD came out, and this morning he was talking about basically if there's a separation shortly, it would not surprise me.
Yeah, guy's a chotch.
He was very mad. He was very mad at the ACC and their responses to all of this. He's like, we're with you for 24 different sports, and this is how you act to us, as if Notre Dame couldn't be acted any other way. So I would imagine that maybe this is all one big setup for Notre Dame just to go ahead and make their move to the Big Ten.
Yeah, they're not going to go to the Big Ten.
Something that isn't the ACC, though.
No, they're not going to do that because they fundamentally will never learn a lesson because that's Notre Dame. They just think they're better than everyone, and they get to play by a different set of rules. And then when something happens that proves that is not true, cognitive dissonance happens. A little frustrated there. Mm-hmm. Let's go with the Chiefs. Playoffs chances are now in the low teens after their 20-10 defeat at the hands of the Houston Texans. Will Patrick Mahomes ever win a Super Bowl again?
Yes, I think he will. What I think is interesting is that, first off, Travis Kelce can't hang on to the football at this point. I guess
none of them can.
Well, we can't be surprised, I know, but he leads the team in drops like he is. We can't be surprised.
He's holding on to Taylor Swift so hard.
Yeah, #1 podcast in the country, gonna marry Taylor Swift.
You saying his attention is divided?
We just can't be shocked by this at 35 years old. All of a sudden, he starts to fall off a little bit. Like this.
How old are you?
I'm 36. So actually, I think he might actually be 36 at this point. We move at the same ages. I just don't know exactly when his birthday is. So he probably is 36. And so we can't be shocked here. We can't be surprised. Here's the problem, though, Nick. This is the same thing like rooting for Belmont in the NCAA basketball tournament, and then you get to the Elite Eight, and you're like, wait, where's the Blue Bloods? Mm-hmm. Too much Belmont. That's what's happening here. We're going to get to the postseason, and we're going to look around and be like, oh, too many teams we don't care about the same way we care about Patrick Mahomes, and that's not great.
Yeah, listen, in the end, the Chiefs missing the playoffs, getting a higher draft pick. This is one of the cases where getting a top 15 pick might land you a Jordan Tyson or a Carnell Tate, or it might land you, I can't remember the tight end's the name that it was just there, but like the Chiefs have been drafting poorly at the back half of the draft. And it's really been since like the Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith draft, maybe the Karlaftis, McDuffie draft. Since then, they just have not replenished around Mahomes enough.
Well, and they're very expensive players, or guys like Chris Jones, who was really good, but now he's older. Travis Kelce, who's really good, but now he's older. And so like all the money that they spent in big ways are to a lot of aged guys.
So it makes sense. And again, I think they will. But I think we're probably 2 years away from them being a serious Super Bowl contender again. I think it's going to take 2 good drafts. And again, they'll be back in the playoffs next year.
Yeah,
but two
Mahomes has 10 more years. I think it wouldn't surprise me if he has kind of like a Tom Brady situation where Tom Brady went 10 years in between Super Bowl wins in his career, at a spot in his career. But if you look at like Brady's career, it's separated. It wouldn't surprise me if something like that happens. Omaha! All right. What do you know about giant inflatable Easter bunnies?
Not a lot.
Okay, well, let me tell you something that the Philadelphia Eagles learned about them. Apparently, they just end up in your locker room when you're having all sorts of problems with vibes in the locker room. They're calling this the Vibe Bunny, and it appeared right outside of Saquon Barkley's locker room. It's a giant inflatable Easter bunny.
Oh, I thought it was like a person.
No. Giant with inflatable like Easter bunny.
Artificial enhancements?
It looks like it's a solid 12 feet tall. It's massive, and no one knows how it got there. Nobody knows who placed it there. It just showed up, and they're calling it the Vibe Bunny, and Saquon was asked about it.
I have no idea. I'm not into like holidays and like bunnies and Christmas. I do the Christmas stuff with our kids, but like I'm not really big like joyful holiday person, I guess. So I don't know why. I think that's really the only spot we can put a big bunny. But I was told it's Vibe Bunny and the vibes are high. So
I kind of love the idea that they wanted him to be like, yeah, Vibe Bunny, this is awesome. And he's like, I don't really even enjoy holidays. I don't know what's going on here.
The Eagles are so cooked.
It made me want to bet against them tonight.
I mean, this is...
Like, Vibe Bunny alone made me want to bet against them tonight.
Like, because there are less 12-foot inflatable Easter Bunny town on the planet than Philadelphia. I mean, they almost to get the bad juju of this out of the locker room, they should have 20 drunken, violent Philadelphia fans come in with batteries and chuck it at it until
That's for
it's
Santa
full.
Claus. That's for Santa.
Well, no. But they did it for Pete Rose. They've done it for a million. Like, if you give drunken, violent, you already knew the violent part. Philly fans batteries. Someone's getting it chucked at. Be it Santa Claus, a 5-year-old child, the Easter Bunny. You get it. This is not good.
Who thought Vibe Bunny? Like, did they see this on sale and was like, "This is what's going to turn the season around"?
Is this
is going to be? If I find out this is Sirianni, I'm out on him forever.
I refuse to believe it's Howie Roseman.
Was it Big Dom?
You think Big Dom's up?
Yeah, I could see Big Dom. The biggest people are always the softest when it comes to this stuff.
Right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's so true. Ohio State lost in the Big Ten title game. Do you care?
Yeah, I care.
That game really pissed me off.
Well, I don't care as much as you do, probably, but I care.
Indiana was not the better team. That's what upsets me about it. Ryan Day coached that game like he was ahead by 45 points from the final 3 minutes on how they acted at the end of the first half, where they took up all the time, didn't even come close to scoring a touchdown. Then they get the ball back to start the second half. And what a weak ass drive that was. Like, that was your 14-point swing right there. And it was, and by the way, the long drive in the fourth quarter that took up most of the fourth quarter that didn't result in points. That is all Ryan Day. He coached like Andy Reid, clock management-wise, circa 2009.
The 3rd and 2 throw by Mendoza, the Stones to make that call, the 50-yard bomb, the Stones to make that call on 3rd and 2 in that spot, in that situation, and then the execution by Mendoza was top-notch, though.
Yeah, he's a total knob, though.
Oh,
he's a total goober.
I don't understand that. I know people are like, oh, he cut a promo or whatever. He just seemed like an idiot.
Yeah, I know, but it was a pro wrestling promo.
He seems so lame.
Yeah, no, he
corniest human in college football.
It's not great. It's not like. No, I'm not gonna make the joke.
Make the joke.
No.
Might as well.
It's just not great. It's just really not. You got beat by Urkel.
There you go.
All right. And by the way, that was the nice joke.
It's no longer football Ned Flanders for Kirk Cousins. Mendoza's now
Flanders.
Yeah, Mendoza's now football Ned Flanders.
All right, Shadore had a big game, but Kevin Stefanski did it to himself. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
on New Year's Eve. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jake Volnick.
Hear the point of view from the O-line. John Greco joins Ken Carman and Anthony Lima Tuesday morning at 8 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
That was some therapy I didn't know I was going to have to pay for.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nathan Zegura coming up in just about 60 minutes time here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on Afternoon Drive. It is a Browns Misery Monday, and I actually would like to say find one more way to say thank you to Shadore Sanders for what happened yesterday, because until Shadore put up 4 tutties, right? About one quarter into that game yesterday, I was thinking to myself, how many ways can I say fire Kevin Stefanski tomorrow because of the way the Browns came out of the chute from that game, from the defense giving up quick, easy points early, looking like they had laid down, to on the very first drive, right? On the very first drive, Tennessee just scores. Your very first offensive drive, the first thing you do is run back-to-back plays and run them poorly, where I just think it's at some point there has to be some punishment. If you run on first and second down repeatedly, I need Jimmy Haslam to walk out and kick somebody in the skippies. I need something to happen. But thankfully, Shadore played well enough that this just wasn't 5 hours of fire Stefanski.
It feels fun. It's funny because they did lose to one of the worst teams, the worst team in the NFL, and yet today's felt like a lot of fun in many ways.
Now,
it's different.
That being said, this would be the time where, after last week finally saying I'm done with Stefanski all the way, let's be done with this, I think it's time to restate that fact, because he was really bad yesterday. On the 2-point conversion alone, taking Shadore off the field, that in and of itself is a fireable offense.
And that's where he's getting a lot of heat today. So it's funny because if you would try to tell a bunch of national people or a bunch of people that are, the Albert Breers or Ross Tuckers that are going to come on, like, hey, listen, guys, you don't understand. The amount of special teams blunders, it's continued, and that's a hard sell for them. But the idea that everyone's talking about the failed 2-point conversions and how we went about that, I think that bolsters the case in many ways.
Yeah, and I just think, if you're going to make that play, that's fine. But I think something that Kevin has continued to do less of, right? Because it's funny, I think we all treat, all Kevin Stefanski's pressers as, they're the same thing. No, there are times where he's been more forthcoming than other times. To basically, when he's asked questions about the 2-point conversion decision, to basically steer the conversation to why it was, meaning the actual play itself, as opposed to defend why Shadore wasn't on the field. Mm-hmm. The fact that it's now 24 hours removed from that loss, exactly, and we still don't know why he thinks it's a good idea to remove the quarterback who's on a roll from the field in a goal line situation, when the goal, by the way, isn't just to win, Freudian slip, but also to give this quarterback chances to prove himself.
All right, I'm going to give you an answer, okay? And I'm just trying to get into the brain of Stefanski. I have a nice quarter zip from the Stefanski collection on today, so I feel like maybe we can do this, okay?
Did you audit a Ivy League online class?
That's next.
Okay,
we're right away from that. Yeah. I think if you ask Stefanski, and this is why they had settled that they were going for this while the drive was happening, okay? And this is where he misses feel often. I bet if you asked him, truth serum, hooked them all up, he would tell you that play with Judkins and even you're not using Corley, you're using Gage at that point. I think he thinks that was the best play they have in their bag. That gives them the best chance to actually get the job done. And I think the easy and obvious response back to that, Nick, would be, well, then you don't know what you're looking at, because Shadore Sanders should be the one on the field, and he's the one that's been authoring up 400 total yards of offense. How do you not pay attention to that? But this would also fall in line with the idea that for months he didn't trust Shadore yet. And so I think there's a lot of that happened in that game that hasn't carried over yet. And I think that came from a lack of trust in Shadore, more so the faith and ability in Judkins and the Wildcat in order to get that job done. And I think he thinks that's the best play they could do in that moment.
I think the thing that has to happen over the next 4 weeks is on every Monday where it's apparent that the coaching staff has again jobbed you. Like the Browns are a 3-win team with 4 games to go, in a huge part because of the coaching staff. And it really frustrated me when people on that call were like, well, but it's Tommy Rees's call. He is the head coach who focuses on one side of the ball, the side of the ball that made the dunder-headed play to take the ball out of the quarterback's hands. I have not minded the Wildcat in the other 2 games because I understood what they were doing to some point. Shadore was on one. He was rolling. He was playing really good football.
Gotta let that man cook.
So, the offensive coordinator is going to want to get creative. The offensive coordinator is going to want to me, Tommy Rees suggesting that or wanting to make that call is not the problem. That's what that guy's job is to do. The head coach in this scenario has ultimate veto power. But there's a segment of people who you can't even give Kevin that blame. I can't judge the guy for who's in the quarterback rooms to some people. I can't judge him on how they're coached. I can't judge him on the in-game decisions. Am I just supposed to believe that Kevin Stefanski is just... He's just opaque. He's just see-through. He actually isn't a real person. He's just a robot.
Oh, so that's interesting. I didn't. Maybe I should have looked at it that way. I didn't look at it as people defending Stefanski or anything with that. I just think people didn't understand how collaborative this whole thing is. And I think people didn't understand. I think in passing the torch to Tommy Rees, I think fans just thought that he just is all-encompassing, and then Stefanski was just, going to sit idly by. I didn't know.
Maybe drink an espresso.
I know.
Read a little Tolstoy.
And so I think that's kind of what people were thinking, and they were obviously wrong about it, and we've been talking about it for weeks, the idea that this was going to look more like what Sirianni does in Philadelphia, where he's got a hand in all of it, and you'll leave games, and yes, he might have called 20% of the plays, he might have called 60% of the plays, but he's got his hand in the cookie jar in all of it, and they talk through everything.
And I'll just go back to this. You either coach it or do you allow it. So when, to me, again, with Bubba Ventrone, I'm not anti-Bubba Ventrone. I'm anti-losing repeatedly because of special teams. So when Bubba Ventrone, because here's the problem. Kevin Stefanski has said, and this is how we know this because people repeat this, of what the Browns do not fire coaches in the middle of the season. They don't believe that there's a significant advantage there. They prefer to make changes at the end of the season. So you would rather look good to other people around the NFL than get serious about winning football games. That's all it tells me. So from now on, when Tommy Rees makes that decision and it goes poorly, guys, it's on Kevin. When Bubba Ventrone's special teams, when I'm 75 years old talking about Bubba Ventrone's special teams units,
I hope not.
As he's like Ted Williams' frozen head, screwing up special teams, it'll be on the head coach because Bubba Ventrone serves at the leisure of Kevin Stefanski, and the special teams have boned you 6 times this year.
I didn't want to ruin the rant, but are you suggesting you outlive Tommy Rees?
No, Tommy Rees he's going to be a head coach somewhere. He'll be the next Kevin O'Connell.
Where was the Ted Williams frozen head coming into play?
Oh, that was Bubba Ventrone.
Oh, Bubba Ventrone. Yeah, so you're suggesting you outlive Bubba Ventrone.
Yeah, I'm also a frozen head in that scenario, by the way.
Okay, well, I thought because you said you're 75.
In like 5 years, yeah.
I was like, okay, I didn't know where we were on the table.
Bubba's going to be like, well, actually, I think
Bubba's not that old.
I mean,
isn't he like early 40s, I think?
He might actually be, we might be the same age.
Yeah, like the odds you outlive Bubba Ventrone. He's 43.
Yeah.
You're 40.
Yeah.
Probably not great.
No, they are. I've got medicine on my side.
And he doesn't?
No. My point is, medicine's going to be the great equalizer.
What do you mean?
No, there's a medicine, the advances in technology. I'm going to be bionic by the time I'm 50.
Okay.
But we'll get a bionic heart in there, going to get a bionic liver in there.
You're going to be like half computer then, half robot by that point.
Best version of me. Hell yeah.
I mean, Dylan's already partly computer, so like you're just stealing from him, basically.
Well, no. I won't be a supercomputer. I'll be like a working computer. Okay, that wasn't great. I can even admit that was weak talk for me. The point is, It is your weekly reminder that Kevin Stefanski has no business being the head coach going forward. And there's no way. I would love to truly sit with Jimmy Haslam candidly in the suite and just say, what do you think about all this? What do you think about this decision? What do you think about this? Because quite frankly, there's no defending this.
Well, he might just say, wait for it, it's coming. He might. I would hope he'd say that at this point. Like, is there any world that we live in where Stefanski is the head coach next year?
Yeah.
Because all the beat reporters continue to say the same thing they've been saying for a long time now, and that they don't feel like he's truly maybe they'll admit the seat is warm at this point, but they don't think that he's actually going to get fired.
Yeah, I just think I don't put anything past the hubris of Jimmy Haslam. And I don't know Jimmy, but I can only judge him off his decisions. Jimmy Haslam has run this organization arrogantly, and he has done it since the day he got here. And the thing that Daryl said that was spot on was the Browns have committed to this hyper-vigilant analytics model, and they're no better than they were the 10 years before these guys got here.
No.
So when people say, well, do you really think Jimmy has... Yes, he would. Yes, Jimmy believes he is ordained by God to run an organization, and by Job, at some point he'll get it right.
If Stefanski still has his job next year, it's because he was in on the whatever we're calling this, where they lose a lot of games. There would be a hard time convincing me otherwise. This coming from the owner that was giving bonuses to Hugh Jackson for losses, I'm of the belief that if he still has his job next year, the call was coming from inside the house. He was playing along with it the entire time.
I think, honestly, though...
It'll make a lot more sense of a Jets loss than a Titans loss, I'll tell you that much.
But here's the problem is, you're in some ways, you are giving him a pass for it then.
Well, then he's just executing his job as what they're basically instructing him to do. It's not giving him a pass because we still have to go through it. But I see where you're going.
But I think the idea that, you know what, they lost the game and that was the plan. Guys, they're not good enough to win games. What makes you think they can successfully lose games? Do you know what I mean? Like, hey, we can't orchestrate. When we put all of our brain power and the thought partners get together and we cup hands and we sing the Yale theme song or the Harvard theme song or the Penn theme song, and then we talk about it and we just sit there thinking we're just, hey, guys, how much better are we than everyone else? When you cannot successfully plan to win the game, why do you think they'd be good at losing games too on purpose?
I mean, they just they made the Titans look like an offense that the Titans had never been this year. There were so many parts of that game that were peculiar up until even the deciding part of the game and the 2-point conversion and what that call ended up being.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, where they've admitted already at this point that that was the plan the entire time. Their plan the entire time for the 2-point conversion attempt was to use as many rookies as they can in a gadget play. Like, it just doesn't seem like that's plausible.
I was ready to fire Kevin Stefanski last week. I cannot imagine a world in which Jimmy Haslam didn't watch what happened, having watched everything else that happened, and he didn't maybe realize that yesterday Kevin went a long way to firing himself.
That's why I'm saying if he's back next year, we have a lot of tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists to go ahead and talk to.
216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin, it was... Kevin Stefanski, another boondoggle of a performance from him. Is it only a matter of time before Kevin Stefanski gets fired and the catch-22 of Kevin Stefanski and Shadore Sanders and all of you in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
Miami and number 7 Texas A&M. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, get the best content from our shows, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima and Afternoon Drive live each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jake Volnick.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nathan Zegura coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. We'll ask Nathan what he thought of Shadore Sanders' performance yesterday against the Titans. I'm going to guess he enjoyed it. Yeah, I haven't heard too many people.
Going to go on a limb there, huh?
I've not heard too many people come out and say, is Shadore's performance not good?
No, that's what made this fun, though, is that it's unequivocal.
Yes.
Yeah, like the biggest thing I saw was somebody in the media suggesting something about it being like a bad third quarter. And it's like, all right, no, you're right. But it's like, are we going to get that nitpicky with this in this third NFL start? That's what we're going to do? We're going to go down to like every quarter has to be the greatest quarter you've ever seen, or else we got to just pinpoint and be like, bad third quarter. But then he overcame, and it's like, all right, guys.
No, I mean, every good quarterback in the NFL plays for just unimpeachable quarters in every game.
That's it. I mean, it's as if a game doesn't have flow and rhythm to it, and there's other circumstances around all that. And then, okay, whatever. Neither here nor there.
I just think when it comes to what you saw, there's something you just said there that boosted something. The first two games, if you were a Shadore supporter, you saw enough that you could, hey, this is what I was talking about, right? Mm-hmm. But if you were a Shahader, you saw enough to kind of, stoke your flame. This was the first definitive game by any Browns quarterback. There wasn't a game with Joe Flacco that I could say definitively he was excellent or he was awful. Well, actually, that's not true. I couldn't say it in the positive. I could only say it in the negative.
We had some negatives,
yeah. Dylan Gabriel, I could only say it in the negative, right? Like even the Miami game. I was watching that game, and I was like, guys, he actually left points on the table. He was bad yesterday. He just happened to get buoyed by an incredible defensive performance and winning the game.
The Minnesota game. It was a stretch for a lot of people.
Like, even if you try and, Shadore lost the game. Did he, or did the defense give up a lot of big plays? And did Kevin Stefanski coach his way out of a win?
And I will tell this to people, too, and I've not checked the PFF grades myself because I just forgot about it until right now. I can check them. I promise you the PFF grades are not going to be as kind as people want them to be because PFF, they are going to be very hard on that interception. That's PFF's grading system in general. They look at an interception like that, and they'll be hard. He graded out as the third best offensive player in the team. He got a 76.2 rating.
We'll take it.
We'll take it. It's not. Is that the world's greatest performance by PFF? No, of course not. Yeah. It isn't. There's a lot of room for growth in that, according to PFF. But they're very harsh.
With Big Stefanski.
Well, they're very harsh on interceptions. And Njoku graded out as the best, and then Fannin graded out as the second best.
216-474-0092. So I reiterated in the previous segment, I'm ready to see Stefanski gone. I saw more evidence of it. I think Stefanski is checked out, and I think that's a fair criticism of him. And yet, as furious, for multiple hours yesterday, I was furious with Stefanski, and somehow, because of the way Shadore played, specifically in the fourth quarter, when it mattered the most, I came away more encouraged about Shadore than I was mad at Stefanski. And guys, I've been mad at Stefanski for 2 years.
And I think that's kind of the fun part about today is we get to talk about the encouraging sides of things, and we don't just get to sit here and complain about Stefanski because it feels like we have a bunch of things we can yell about with Stefanski in regards to yesterday's game.
Let's go with Ben in Cali. Ben, welcome to the show.
My mans, what's up with my brothers?
Not a whole lot, buddy. How you doing?
Man, I am good. Quick, I just don't want this to go unspoken and hammered down. For months and months and months, there have been one or two very well-respected Cleveland pundits, media personalities who said they have heard reports from the front office how dumb Shadore is. He can't play football, doesn't understand the pro-style offense, kind of insult to Pat Shurmur if you ask me. But then he gets 0 reps. Kevin Stefanski admits that his first time ever taking a snap with the ones or the twos was the Ravens game. He had been named the backup quarterback the week before. That's bad football. You don't allow your backup to get a snap. But then, so all of a sudden, he has the best quarterback day out of everybody in 3 weeks of practice. But that's the dummy that doesn't understand how to play football, doesn't understand the plays. And I respect the reporter yesterday asking Stefanski, putting him on spot, like, hey, you know that did Shadore check out of that play to Fanning? He was like, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He checked out of whatever BS play he called.
Now, who are the pundits by names?
Yeah, please give us names.
Anybody on this station?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't. I like you guys. You know what I mean. I don't want to put you guys in jeopardy.
Well, I think we've been the guys to like, if we're being honest about this.
No, that's what I'm saying. I respect it. You call it straight down the middle. If you think it's bogus, it's bogus. If you think it's right. I appreciate it. I'm not a really big fan of I don't want to say anybody's name because I don't want to start off this beef with you guys, man. I'm out here in sunny California living my best life. I don't want to start trouble. But we all know who the main two people are who just disliked Shadore from the beginning, possibly because of who his dad is, right? Maybe had a bad interaction with, Prime back in the 90s, is what it is. Shadore can never do good. The day after he gave the projects electricity and ice cream, like, you know what I mean?
Ben,
hey.
Ben, great stuff, buddy.
Thanks,
we
Ben. I appreciate you.
I was really hoping for a name.
Hey, well, you know what the name he was going to say there.
Yeah. Well, we
didn't even say that name.
Yeah, you can say that name. You can say any of the names, really. Just don't say Zach Jackson or Josina Anderson right now.
Ben made a business decision on our behalf, and so I think that was a nice thing by him, maybe. Because I think he was just going to name our weekly guests.
But Ben,
and that's all it was going to be.
I will say, buddy, if you name names, I mean, that we are the show that name names.
But he makes a good point, and this has kind of been what's been driving me insane, is the idea that, again, people are going to turn around and be like, 3 weeks, all of a sudden, Stefanski really did it, but we haven't heard that today. We've not heard that today, and so it's good. People acting as if like a light bulb went on for Shadore because Stefanski was able to unlock something, and I don't believe that's true.
All right, so this is what I struggle with. This is the catch-22. I do think that Kevin Stefanski delayed Shadore's development by not giving him a chance to earn the opportunities that Dylan was just blatantly given. I said earlier today, I cannot escape this idea of, man, if you had just given Shadore every rep that you had given Dylan since day one, would Shadore have been this guy 5 weeks ago and the season would look wildly different? Mm-hmm. I cannot escape that.
Yeah.
At the same point, there's a part of me that's like, well, all right, does Kevin deserve any sort of credit for how well Shadore played, given on how Shadore looked against Vegas and how he looked against yesterday?
I feel like he's performing in spite of Stefanski, but that's kind of how I look at this with the offensive line that's down to 4 backups, and then the fact that he had 3 different pass catchers, but really none of them are particularly good at this point. Although Jerry Jeudy, you made a great play. Let's stay in that conversation. I feel like this is a lot of him performing in spite of the people around him. There's credit to be given in certain spots, though. I don't want to completely ignore the idea that Stefanski's clearly done something to at least give him a chance to be able to do what he did yesterday, because he handcuffed him 2 weeks ago in that San Francisco game. So the credit I will give is the idea that he was at least open-minded enough to let Shadore see the whole field this week.
Except for the 2-point conversion. Oh, you're saying it in a different way.
I'm saying it in a different way.
But okay, but even like that, guys, I think. Do I feel like maybe Kevin Stefanski ignored Shadore Sanders' existence until 3 weeks ago? Yes. The same point, Shadore looked really good at points in the pocket yesterday. That doesn't happen just because Shadore showed up.
Well, so part of me wonders, and I guess I would love to find out who around the Browns were the ones that were actually doing this. Was that Stefanski? Because I'll give Stefanski, I'll dump a whole credit bucket on his front lawn if he's the reason why, with daily footwork sessions and everything else that has got him to a spot where obviously you saw the results that existed yesterday. But as far as I can tell right now, and again, I'm open to more information, but as far as I can tell right now, if I believe Stefanski was part of the big reason why we saw some sort of change, I wouldn't be the person saying you need to fire Stefanski. I'd be the person saying Stefanski's along for the ride now, and I don't feel that way. And because I don't feel that way, obviously that's my answer.
216-474-0092. Does Kevin Stefanski get credit for the jump in Shadore's play from the first week against the Raiders to this week and how well he looked there? Let's go with Mike in Stowe. Mike, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, guys. How we doing?
Doing all right. What you got for us?
So, you know where I stand on this. I'm not going to change my opinion of this by the week or by the game, and I'll get to a couple of things. Shadore looked a lot better, and he's doing it with the same crappy line that everybody's been playing with all year. So good for him. He's showing a little bit of promise, and I do like seeing it. The second lowest completion percentage in the NFL right now. Nobody's talking about that. He's got to work on that, but he is moving in the right direction. Let's get to the coach part of it. So I hear so many people call up here saying about conspiracy theories, about, Kevin Stefanski's so busy trying to keep things from being a certain way and spending way more of his time trying to make it bad for him than when he should have been doing it good. And it's so hard to listen to. It really tells you what sometimes people spend way too much time thinking about, which is just the basic facts. We have a terrible offensive line, and our defense lost us the game yesterday. Not our offense, not Kevin Stefanski. Yeah, you can talk about the two-point conversion, whether or not he should be all over the special teams or whatnot. But our defense gave up 31 points to, that crappy team from Tennessee, who has one win all year. So let's just go there and let's talk more about that. And again, I've been on here telling you guys from the very beginning, we are not supposed to win a lot of games this year. And again, at this point in the season, why we'd even be talking about trying to win 7 or 8 or how much different that would be, I don't get it. Nobody wants to contend that, except people saying, "Oh, well, we got to get the culture of losing out of here." Look,
Mike, we've got Mike, real quick, buddy. We have people in the Cleveland media saying, under no circumstances is Kevin Stefanski losing his job. That's why the conversation's happening, because there's a fair amount of people in town who think that's bat bleep crazy that decision's already been made.
But the things aren't true, Nick. They're not facts. They're just speculation.
What do you mean isn't isn't true?
What you're saying right now is you think that Kevin should have been doing more for Shadore all season. Well, what?
I've said that. By the way, Mike, I've said that since training camp. I've said it was asinine. Real quick, I've said it was asinine that Dylan Gabriel was getting some sort of magical treatment that Shadore wasn't. All right, and the reason being is there should be no difference between the two. It's a 3rd and 5th round pick.
So what? We already talked about the draft pick. Don't matter. It's enough of where he was drafted. You said at the beginning of the year that doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter now either. So the bottom line is this. I'm just going to ask you one quick question. You've all talked about firing this guy, and you got torches and pitchforks, and half this town, maybe a little more, does. But again, do you guys, anybody out there know what a tank season looked like? That's what this is.
He's trying to win, Mike. He is trying to win. Why would Kevin Stefanski want to tank after winning 3 games last year?
Because we still don't have enough talent to win.
Why does Kevin Stefanski care about that? 2 straight 3-win seasons get your ass fired, no matter who the GM is or no matter what the picks are.
And about that, let's talk about what has he been working with and why hasn't he had it? Because of him?
What about the defense? Can the defense develop players? I can't do this, Mike. I'm sorry. One, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I lost his point 7 times.
The whole point. We've been grading this thing. Listen, if you want to talk about other shows that ping pong back and forth and flip flop every other day, depending on how the sun shines, that's fine. You didn't tell me that this season was going to be a bad season first. We told you in January when we called out to everyone, guys, they were bad last year and they weren't bad on purpose and they're going to be bad again. All right? This idea, I just do not, there's no defense of Kevin Stefanski. Stop acting like he's Oliver Twist asking, please, sir, can I have some more?
Yeah, and it's important we continue to talk about it because, as you mentioned, right now it feels like it's almost split between people in the media as to what's going to happen. And like if you just kind of let it pass, you're not going to get the end result that we want here. And yeah, I know it sounds harsh, but it's like I want Stefanski gone. I think he's a nice guy. I think he'll have success maybe in other spots, maybe not as a head coach, but maybe as an offensive coordinator.
Shermer. I think he's a hell of a human being that can't coach his way out of a paper bag.
In many ways,
as a head coach.
I kind of want to set him free of this whole situation. I think at this point, Stefanski might look at it as a firing, as like a thank goodness I get to be out of this, because he's not cut out for this here. Not here. Not at this time.
All I hear every day from people that want to defend Stefanski is, you just know he's going to go somewhere else and be good. It's 6 years.
It's 6 years.
It's 6 years. You guys are acting like when they fired Shermer after 2 years. Like, I do not understand. By 6 years, you have a wealth of information on a coach. Do I think Kevin is an awful coach? No, I shouldn't have said that can't coach his way out of a paper bag. But he's not a good enough coach. Right? Like, there are coaches in the NFL who simply because you have them, you're going to have some chance of competitiveness in the season. That's McVay. That is Mike Tomlin. That is John Harbaugh. And that their low water marks are 6 or 7 games, 6-7, not 3 damn games. When you lose 3 games 2 years in a row, it tells me you're not a good enough coach. Just because you're not Hugh Jackson doesn't mean you're a good coach. There is no defense of Kevin Stefanski. And every time you try and put just one nodule of blame on this guy, he is the Teflon Don. Is it because he's a zaddy? Is it because he's just a hot
zaddy?
piece of beefcake? Is it because some of y'all want that business? Is that what it is?
What's a zaddy?
I swear, this is Cliff Kingsbury. If Kevin Stefanski looked like my fat ass, there's another 10% of people in this town that would be
Kingsbury
out on it.
you didn't have that long in Arizona.
Jeez.
You didn't have that long in Arizona.
Almighty, guys.
It's tough. Listen, it's tough. I feel like we've done this show for over a year, though. You know what I mean? We started talking about and really saying that we'd fire Stefanski over a year ago. Last year we did this. We did this at the end of the season. It didn't do anything. It didn't get what we wanted done. And ultimately, what I want to have happen is I want a new head coach. I'm tired of this coach. I don't think he's particularly good at this job, and I want to see something new. That's not so hard, guys. And it's after 6 years. I would think the majority of you guys would as well.
You guys just put everything on Stefanski, like wins and losses, like performance of the quarterback position.
Every week we're complaining about major blunders that he has. I don't understand how it always goes unchecked.
Like penalties, like team, like simple stuff, like procedural penalties.
I saw our buddy Aaron Schatz, by the way, tweeted out that the Browns special teams since 1975, it's the 6th worst special teams according to his metrics in NFL, in the entire NFL in that stretch.
And not Kevin Stefanski's fault. That's Jimmy Haslam's fault.
What else do you want to blame this on, guys?
You know what? That's Gage Larvidan's fault. That's what it is.
Before Shadore in this last week, it was unquestionably the worst offense in the NFL. One Albert Breer had said the worst offense he's seen in the previous 3 years. So you have an all-time bad special teams and what was, until last week, or really yesterday, an all-time bad offense, but none of this falls on him?
But JP, he's only the head coach, right?
Yeah, he's only the guy at the top.
The head coach. That's
as an offensive mind?
Yeah.
Well, by the way, going through 13 quarterbacks?
And by the way, having a defensive head coach basically in Jim Schwartz. But but he gets all the credit for the defense. I'm about to turn it into Mike. We like Mike and Stowe. It's okay. It's a great Monday here. We had some. Shadore played really well. It's okay. We're all right. We're okay. We're all right.
It'll be all right. Just say it one more time.
We're okay.
It'll be all right.
216-474-0092. What's your best defense of Kevin Stefanski to this point? More on that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
By Scheiben Jewelers. Visit Scheiben Jewelers for holiday gifts, Swiss watch bands, world-leading jewelry designers, and Scheiben Jewelers handcrafted pieces. Shop Scheiben Jewelers in Strongsville or ScheibenJewelers.com.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
During the week, you talk about 2-point plays in total, plays that you like in those moments. And obviously, the first one we didn't get off exactly how we wanted to. The second one didn't get off how we wanted to.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcast, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Nathan Zegura coming up in 15 minutes. We will talk the Titans' loss. We'll also talk Shadore's 4-touchdown performance. But the idea of Kevin Stefanski and the credit that he does or doesn't get for Shadore and how Shadore played yesterday. And it is funny. I think even if you want to give him credit, if you want to give him credit for getting Shadore to improve over the last 3 weeks, I'm sure that is proper. I think that is a fair thing to do. But it doesn't offset, hey, you thought Dylan Gabriel was more appropriate to start. And, this idea, this defense of Kevin, that, Shadore was a work in progress. He just needed a lot of work. He needed a lot of development, right? Well, how does one develop a player? Would you give him a lot of reps in like a practice situation before the season?
You mean maybe don't just desert him off to the field on the left when everyone's on the right and then tell him to throw to a bunch of practice squad players?
Yeah. Would you...
Well, all the coaches are over on the right side, evaluating the first team?
And when a player was doing well, would you give them more opportunities and maybe not wait until the chosen one in front of him got injured, right?
Yeah, I would think when Stefanski looks back on this season, I'd venture to think the misevaluation of Dillon Gabriel and how he did this with Shadore. I mean, that's the biggest mistake you could possibly make. Will he look at it as a mistake, though?
Yeah, I think that's another point. And I love hearing coaches say, talk about self-scouting, right? Hey, this last year, here's what I kind of took away from what happened last year, and here's what I kind of realized I need to work on going forward. I would be blown away if Kevin didn't on some level actually do that. But the problem is, whatever process is in place, I don't have the results to show that it actually has changed.
Well,
that's
we
the
know
frustrating thing.
He does do this, right? Because his reaction last year to leading the league in interceptions was to come back and tell a guy like Joe Flacco, you don't throw the ball more than 5 yards.
Yeah.
So clearly he does do some self-scouting. He looks at it and sees where he went right, where he went wrong. I just wonder if you truly asked him, would he think back to himself like, "Nah, man, we clearly messed up in that decision with Shadore," or would he remain pretty consistent with the idea that he thinks there's something to Dillon Gabriel and he made the right call for himself at the time?
I think by this point, I do think Kevin, I think the reporting around Kevin is enough to make me believe that Kevin thinks he's a victim in this. Because I've just heard too many people being like, well, Kevin doesn't have any power. And Kevin, I mean, they just force all this upon Kevin and they foist it all on him and it's just not fair. That's not coming from Andrew Berry. So Jimmy Haslam's not going candidly, this is all me, I'm doing all this.
Yeah, this has to be his new spin, though. So, again, he might be getting everything out there different than what he actually believes at the heart of the matter, mainly because he has to now for self-preservation. He's got to spin the whole narrative about everything, about the idea that these quarterbacks weren't good enough, the roster wasn't good enough, Haslam's a bad owner and is intrusive and too many cooks in the kitchen. Like, that's got to be his new message. But we know at night, Kevin, we know. When you go to sleep at night, we know what's going on.
With that product in your hair, I'm a little jealous.
You think he sleeps with product in the hair?
It probably does. It's great hair, man. That's a great.
He's probably got like really silk pajamas and everything as well, and like a real nice setup. But you know what happened here.
Chris in Euclid, welcome to the show. What you got for us?
Yeah, I don't think we should really just fire him if we don't have anybody that we know is going to be able to come in and take over. I mean, like if you fire him and it's just like Eberflus or some other idiot, then it really doesn't make sense. And like, don't you think maybe Barry should have to go too? Because you probably don't want him picking the next guy. He got us into this mess with Watson, so it's like, does the whole thing have to go, or is it just Kevin?
So there's two things, and we appreciate the call, buddy. Good stuff. One, I don't necessarily agree with this. I think Andrew has been worse at his job than Kevin has been at his job. But I think two things go on. One, I don't think Jimmy Haslam wants to fire both guys because it's hard enough for him to get one guy right, let alone two guys right. And I think the recency bias is on Andrew Berry's side.
Sure is.
So the second thing is, because Daryl tweeted something about this similar of like, I think Jimmy Haslam believes that, you don't fire a guy unless you know you have something better after him. One, you had a whole host of great coaches last offseason that were right there if you wanted to move on from Kevin Stefanski. You weren't ready to.
Vrabel, Ben Johnson.
Certainly. And if you want to throw in Belichick and Pete Carroll, although that doesn't age great right now. But the other part of that is you never know. The whole point is not, I definitively can tell you I have a Hall of Fame coach in waiting. That never happens in the NFL unless you luck into it. You can't predict that. You have to be confident in your process. It's not about, is he better than Kevin Stefanski? I definitively, no.
Well,
you're looking for a better fit.
Why are we sticking up for Stefanski in that setting, though? Like, I'm not going to say, the garbage can could do a better job than Stefanski. There's value in Stefanski, but I just have a hard time thinking we have to go to bat for him in this instance. What you get will be sufficient. If you replace Stefanski. At the bare minimum, it's going to be better than 3 wins in the past 2 seasons.
Yeah, I mean, so, listen, if they just fire him to fire him, yeah, that's a righteous concern to have. But the reality is, none of it, you could have a good coach. You could say you're going to replace Stefanski with Bill Belichick, and it's not a guarantee it's going to be better. There's no guarantee. All of it's guesswork. The point is, do you have enough to make a decision on Kevin Stefanski? And after everything that we saw yesterday, after everything through 6 years, like I think it was my guy Thomas was like, he's a 2-time coach of the year. I don't give a rip about that, right? If you want to say he's got a playoff win and 2 playoff appearances, now you've got something that might interest me in a conversation. But 2 coaches, no. Do we have enough evidence that he is a great coach, good coach, bad coach, whatever? Yes, it's 6 years. Nathan Zegura in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
coach, and what do you think of the changes that you think need to be made, which aren't going to be made, is I did think that there was no possible way that the coaching staff was going to do poorly and Shadore was going to do very well. Shadore looked very good. You are completely lacking common sense above him. You went out there and you found a way to lose to the Tennessee Titans.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got the lead coming up in 20 minutes, but we continue to talk about the Browns' latest loss, the one to the Titans. They are officially eliminated from the playoff race, but Shadore had a very nice game. Harold Fannin Jr., a.k.a. the Yak King, had a very nice game, and we had some really fun moments in what was a frustrating end result. But to talk all things Cleveland Browns here, we head out to the fan hotline like we do every single Monday here at 5 p.m. and talk to Browns analyst Nathan Zegura. Nathan, welcome to the show.
Thanks, guys. Good afternoon.
Nathan, let me ask you, where are you with this game? Are you more excited by some of those bright performances we got from Shadore, from Fannin, from some other dudes, or dejected by the latest loss?
It's a little bit of both, but I'm going to skew positive. I mean, this whole season to me was about trying to figure out if we could find a solution at the quarterback position. And Shadore Sanders was the guy that I liked a great deal coming out of college. And I thought, when we were at the combine, I thought he was going to be, the number 2 pick or go in the top 5 in the NFL draft. And we all know that he had his draft day fall, but the things that you saw on tape, the ball placement, the ability and willingness to stand in the pocket and deliver throws with defenders bearing down on you, the ability to make plays in and out of structure. And like I said, that ball placement that not only allows him to make very tight window throws, but also promotes yards after the catch. You were talking about, Harold Fannin, and we saw the ball to Jerry Jeudy. I mean, that was what you wanted to see. And I think the thing that I'm the most excited about with Shadore Sanders is you're seeing every week him take something from the previous week's game, decide that that's the point of emphasis, that's what I'm working on, and then apply it. And in this game, they wanted him to rip the ball to the middle of the field with a little more anticipation, a little more confidence, a little more on time and in rhythm, and he did that from a clean pocket, which is one of the ways I really think you can measure quarterbacks. Great to be able to make plays out of structure, but when everything's good, you've got to be really good. He averaged nearly 12 yards an attempt, had a rating of 150. Now, he was pressured 63% of the time. That was one of the highest pressure rates all season for any quarterback that he faced, and handled that, I thought, very well. And not only that, he was hit 14 times. We go back to that Pittsburgh game. Dylan Gabriel was hit 17 times in that one. That was the most a quarterback had been hit in the NFL. He got hit 14 times in this game and continued to make plays from the pocket. I was very impressed with Shadore Sanders, and I think we should all be very encouraged by what we saw there. And now you're going to have 3 games against teams that are fighting for their playoff lives in Chicago, in Buffalo, and in Pittsburgh. And if he can continue this improvement that we've seen, it was a historic game in terms of the overall output. The only other rookie that's ever done that was Joe Burrow. He's the first rookie since 2000, since Aaron Rodgers, to have 4 or more plays of 50-plus yards in his first 3 starts. He is this is legit, and I'm excited. I know we needed time to develop, and he got that, and he's put in the work. Kevin Stefanski's putting a lot of extra work with him as well, and it's paying off. To me, that's the takeaway from this game. Yeah, of course, the Browns lost it, and nobody's happy about that, and there are a myriad of reasons why they did, and some are all too familiar. But this was Shadore Sanders, 10 of 13 on the 2 drives at the end of the game. Like, that's all you want, the ability to tuck it and run, quick decisions, accurate. I'm very happy about that and what we saw from Shadore Sanders, because to me, that's the biggest thing facing this organization, is trying to find that quarterback. And if Shadore Sanders can get you to a point by the end of the year, we know he's starting the rest of the way. He certainly has earned that. But if he can get you to a point by the end of the year where you say, look, we got these 2 1s, let's get a wide receiver and an offensive tackle, let's get this kid a supporting cast. Like, I'd be really excited about that as a Browns fan.
Yeah, Nathan, for me, it's the amount that he overcame in that game. Not only the bad weather, you had 1 million offensive line injuries, 3 different pass catchers ended up getting injured in that game. You mentioned the pressure rate. That was the highest any quarterback has faced this year. Like I don't know that people quite understand the full context of that, to then put up almost 400 yards of production. It's insane. And I want to ask you, though, we got a lot of response back to some of this, and the same response keeps coming up. It's like, oh, but it's just this bad Titans team. What would you say to somebody that has that response?
Look at what Sam Darnold did against them. Look at how they played teams in the last, month of the season. And even, the Jags beat them pretty good, but it wasn't Trevor Lawrence's best game. This wasn't this wasn't a terrible defense by any stretch of the imagination. It's one that can heat up cornerbacks. That's where they were top half of the league. But this wasn't a bottom, of the league defense. This was not necessarily an easy matchup there. And like I said, they're professionals too. And that's the margin of error in the NFL. Now, I want to see it go. Now, from DVOA standpoint, there are tougher defense than some of the defenses he's going to face down the stretch. So let's see it. I want to see him continue. These guys are all in the NFL. This isn't like you're going and playing in college where you just play somebody out of conference. It's a cupcake. There's no such thing. Should the Browns have won the game? Of course they should have. Jeffrey Simmons is one of the best defensive players on the planet. And you certainly saw that on full display in this game. And I thought, again, Shadore handled it. He took a beating. The throw to Fannin, where he's staring down the barrel, he knows he's going to get hit. The subtlety, one of the things they told him, use your eyes in the middle of the field on the play to Judy to just get the middle of the safety to bite, that he's actually throwing the deep over to Cedric Tillman and then throws that kind of glance slant right behind him to Judy. I mean, that's sophisticated stuff. And he had a lot to learn about the mechanics of being an NFL quarterback, and I think that's why people were not as pleased with how long it took to get him on the field. But there are a lot of things he needed to learn just from calling plays in the huddle. Something he had not done. And he's done a great job, and I'll give him a lot of credit. He has put in a ton of work at the whole time, but especially since he's been the starter to, make sure that he's improving the things that need to be improved. And I think I don't know how, if you're a Browns fan, that game, the result stinks. Of course it does. And we're all too, unfortunately, familiar with that. But Shadore Sanders gives you not just hope, there should be a little bit of belief as well that, okay, maybe we have found our way out of this here. And to do it with a 5th-round pick, you start to think about what that could mean for the next 3 years. That could be massive for this franchise.
So with that, Stefanski today says Shadore's the starter the rest of the way. What do you need to see in those final 4 games to have that real conversation this offseason? Do you roll forward with Shadore, or do you still look to the draft for that future quarterback?
I mean, if I keep seeing what I saw in this game, I think that answers it. Now, you want him to, the interception was bad. And that's part of, you live with it a little bit, right? You try to do too much, and sometimes it turns into great plays, and sometimes it doesn't. But, you want to clean down maybe some of those, what I would call bad decisions. You want to make sure we don't get into some spots where we kind of have some of these lulls like we've had in a couple of these starts. But for the most part, he's shown the ability to attack you at all levels of the field. He's shown the ability to work inside the numbers and outside near the sidelines. I like what I've seen, and we just need to continue to see more and see it consistent. If he goes out there and you play these games competitively against these playoff teams, then hopefully, obviously, you want to win them. But as long as you're playing competitive football with these teams in December and he's looking good, I think you're well on your way to being able to make that answer.
It feels like anytime we have something special with the quarterback, there's always some connection that just happens. For Flacco, it was him and Njoku that just kind of popped up out of nowhere, but the two of them are really in sync. The connection that it feels like Shadore has with Harold Fannin right now feels very similar to that connection with Flacco and Njoku. It just feels like they're on the same page and they're matched up very well, Nathan.
Yeah, I like that. And Harold Fannin, has basically been the Browns' leading receiver the entire season, and that's still the case as his first 100-yard game. Makes a huge catch down the stretch to, give the Browns an opportunity to tie it with that 2-point conversion. He's been a gem, and you look at this class. I was talking about this earlier on Browns Daily today, but Quinshon Judkins is top 10 in the league in yards after contact per carry. He's top 10 in the league in yards after contact, period. And he's like around 3.3 yards after contact per carry. He's got 700 yards after contact. The guys who are around him at those levels have between 1,000 and 1,350 yards. James Cook on average gets, more than 2 yards down the field before taking contact. Judkins is 0.4 or 0.6, depending on which one you use for the whole team, which is the lowest in the league, or second lowest in the league. This rookie class has an opportunity. Schlesinger, we know, is unpacked to be the defensive rookie of the year. Sampson certainly looks like a very good role player. He's got to take care of the football. He knows that. Mason Graham is playing very well, even though it's not necessarily showing up in the stat sheet just yet. And now you've got Shadore. This rookie class has a chance to be really transformational. And yeah, I like that chemistry. I like the analogy you used there. But Fannon's been kind of the guy. And listen, the confidence this staff has in him. He lines up wide. He lines up in the slot. He lines up as an inline tight end. He lines up on a wing. He lines up in the backfield. He's doing everything. He's taking handoffs this year. They know he is a playmaker, and that was an absolute gem. Somebody that they had targeted to be Cleveland Brown early in the draft process, and I know we're very thrilled they were able to make that happen. And now he's had the most productive season a rookie tight end has had in the history of this organization this past week, going past what Ozzie Newsome had did done in his rookie year.
Nathan, there were some good points defensively across 4 quarters. Devin Bush's interception, Miles gets another sack here, but it wasn't up to snuff with what we saw most of this season. What caused the defensive performance? Maybe a little step back, big step back yesterday.
I wish it were easy that there was one answer, but obviously, perhaps we missed Malik Collins more than we thought up front in terms of from a run defense perspective. But I think a couple times we just got, kind of out leveraged. They took advantage a little bit of our aggressiveness because, Tony Pollard's a good running back. He had 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons, but he's not necessarily a home run hitter. In fact, he'd come into the game with his longest run of the season being 21 yards, and he had 2 carries that were more than that, including, one of 60-plus for a touchdown, another one nearly 40. And that was a career day running the football for him. So that was a shocker, especially considering how well he had done the week before shutting down Christian McCaffrey on the ground. That was very, that was tough. So they've got to get that cleaned up, obviously. Especially you think about, Chicago's run the ball well with Swift and Monungai. You've got, James Cook coming to town, who's been one of the best running backs, pure rushing running backs in the league this year for the Buffalo Bills. So you've got to get that cleaned up. And that was very disappointing. I thought that was disappointing. And then obviously, again, to have give up a big kick return on the opening kickoff and then to have the block punt late, that was, just devastating. And that block punt changes the math, right? It changed the math, got them to up 14. And without it, I think we're having a lot different discussions today, and the Browns are winners.
What did you make of not having Shadore out there for the 2-point conversion?
It's hard to get upset with a decision when you watch the All-22 and you know that had the player executed the play properly in the way that it was practiced, it was easy. I mean, if he flips that ball to Gage Larvidan like the play was designed to do, you could see that it was going to be a success, and I don't think anybody would have a problem with it. That being said, in the moment, and certainly now, Shadore was red hot, and I would have liked to see him be involved in that play, but that's something that the Browns have been setting up all year, right? Running out of that Wildcat, it's been successful. So this was going to be the wrinkle off of it that we hadn't seen at any point this year. And I think Quinshon just kind of got lost up in his timing, looking for, did the corner run with Gage Larvidan or not? And by the time he processed what he had seen and went to give him the ball, Larvidan was past him, and you could almost see that unfortunate kind of look of panic on his face there as he realized that this play was not going to have the success, certainly, that the Browns wanted, and as a result, they were going to lose the game. So, again, it's one of those things. This is an outcome. There's a huge outcome bias, and I completely get it. But if you watch the tape of the play, you know that had the play been executed the way that it was intended, it would have worked. Again, that being said, I understand people who want Shadore out there because he was red hot and drew me down the field for a 60-yard touchdown drive and then an 80-yard touchdown drive to give you that opportunity.
All right, Nathan, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week after the Bears game and hopefully a Browns win.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Nathan Zegura, Browns analyst on the fan hotline there. We'll react to what he had to say at the beginning of the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
You want a new home theater system? Do you want it for free? Well, now through December 31st, when you spend $2,000 or more with Extend Technologies,
you could get the whole project absolutely free. So when you are sitting in your home,
them twice and got us freaking touchdowns. And then all of a sudden, when we need that 2-point conversion, we do something cute. We're not a cute team. We should be lunch pail out there freaking just doing what we do. And instead, we're always trying to do something different. We're always trying to outthink them. This is not working.
Be a part of the conversation on the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Back on The Fan, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Rolling along here on a Misery Monday with a little bit of hope, right? Misery and hope, two things that certainly do go together. Almost never, especially when it comes to the Cleveland Browns. But let's go ahead and get to the lead here. Browns analyst Nathan Zegura joined us last segment. He's excited to see what Shadore Sanders can do after being named the team starter the rest of the way.
I think the thing that I'm the most excited about with Shadore Sanders is you're seeing every week him take something from the previous week's game, decide that that's the point of emphasis, that's what I'm working on, and then apply it. And in this game, they wanted him to rip the ball to the middle of the field with a little more anticipation, a little more confidence, a little more on time and in rhythm, and he did that from a clean pocket. I was very impressed with Shadore Sanders, and I think we should all be very encouraged by what we saw there. And now you're going to have 3 games against teams that are fighting for their playoff lives in Chicago, in Buffalo, and in Pittsburgh. And if he can continue this improvement that we've seen, this is legit, and I'm excited. I know we needed time to develop, and he got that, and he's put in the work. Kevin Stefanski's putting a lot of extra work with him as well, and it's paying off. That was, to me, that's the takeaway from this game. We know he's starting the rest of the way. He certainly has earned that, but if he can get you to a point by the end of the year where you say, look, we got these 2 ones, let's get a wide receiver and an offensive tackle, let's get this kid a supporting cast. I'd be really excited about that as a Browns fan.
Yeah, I mean, Nathan hit the right notes here. The idea that Shadore was as good as he was and the hope that comes off of that is just it's a really cool thing, especially when you look at it with not only with the draft and what that could potentially mean, but what it means for trying to build out a team that on the offensive side of the ball has either a lot of young players or players that it needs to go ahead and have holes to fill. And so it's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it just, hope is real. And in the NFL, the great drug that the NFL sells is better than any drug dealer on the damn planet is hope. And what has been missing because of how bad the offense has been, and specifically how bad the quarterback spot has been, is hope. You've watched Schlesinger be great. You've watched Fannin have great moments, and Judkins have great moments, and Myles Garrett going for the sack record, right?
Yeah.
And none of it felt 100% because you're like, they're just not going to give these guys a chance to win. Listen, there's a good chance the Browns go 0-4 down the stretch. But there's also a really good chance that they're in every one of these next 4 games with a real chance to win if Shadore plays the way he did yesterday. And if you do that, whether you win or lose, then that allows you to go into the offseason with hope. That allows you to go into the offseason with flexibility. Mm-hmm. You don't have to force the quarterback spot, which it felt like you were even a week ago.
Yeah.
It's more than just one game if he can make this more than just one game.
And let's just be honest about it, it's more fun.
Yes.
It's much more fun instead of debating, really, we're going to put Deshaun Watson out there next year, or let's go, hey, whoa, what are you going to spend for Mac Jones? This is more fun. This is better. It's better for everyone around the Browns, but it's also better for us taking this all in, week week out.
Not just that. It's more fun on Sundays.
That's it. It's just the whole thing, just more fun.
They lost. I watched Kevin Stefanski and his coaching staff implode multiple times yesterday, and I had more fun watching that game than any of the and I don't say any of, than a great deal of any of the other performances this year, whether it was Joe Flacco or whether it was Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, something to note on the defense too, by the way, because I saw this earlier. Josh Allen is 3-0 when defenses allow 32-plus points or more. So, I mean, that's, again, Josh Allen, the reason why the stat is a stat is because you're not supposed to be 3-0. The rest of the league, Nick, 4-66-2. So, like the amount of points the defense allowed, it's a rare game we can look back and say the defense just didn't do you any favors. So you get one, and then let's see over the next 4 weeks what happens. But after the loss to the Titans, Shadore Sanders talked about how the Browns' offense can improve with 4 games left to play this season.
This week, we have improved from sideline communication, keeping everybody under one tent, basically, analogy. Communication with everybody, just checking everybody's temperature, how everybody feeling, you know, what we need to do offensively, you know, what players are comfortable with, everything. So I feel like that was something that I feel like we improved this week. Going into next week, of course, it'll be timing, it'll be being able to anticipate a little bit more, being able to do different things. See throws, you know, I missed how to get in that rhythm early on, you know, like it's a lot of things I would say that we go in the week trying to improve, you know, and we got to look at the film. I know I didn't play perfect, so it's definitely being able to see that, being able to go over and rekindle my thoughts on what I missed and why I missed it, you know, to get to the root of everything so then it won't be consistent problems. So every week we're looking to change mentally, physically, and emotionally, you know, so then we all are in a better place for next week.
Yeah, I mean, the other nice thing about yesterday's game is it feels like you can build off something. And again, this isn't going to be linear. You take a step forward, you take a step back. These things do happen, especially going from one opponent to another. But the idea that I look at these next 4 games and go, well, listen, these are 3 tough games, and then the Bengals. We'll see where the Bengals are at the end of the season. You could end up fighting for draft positioning with the Bengals that last week. But the idea that you have hope that the offense could look better this late in the season from week to week, I don't recall another time that's happened that didn't involve rookie Baker Mayfield.
Right, it's inspiring. It's inspiring, and I like this not only for us having an enjoyable Sunday and having something interesting to watch, but also the idea that, again, all your problems could be cleared up if Shadore just continues to play better football and continues to progress. Stefanski.
Oh, I'm not letting you take
I'm sorry.
that.
My bad.
How dare you?
Friday threw me off, I guess. I do one time a 1-3-5.
You know who I am. Kevin Stefanski was asked post-game yesterday about his decision-making after the Browns failed 2-point conversion attempts.
What's supposed to happen on that last 2-point conversion?
Yeah, not going to get into all the specifics, Jeff, but obviously it did not go as we thought it would.
You make that call or did Tommy?
Yeah, I make every call.
Shadore had the hot hand. Why would you take him off?
Yeah, it's a 2-point play. Didn't come through on our first 2-point play. Got to the second 2-point play. We didn't come through, but that's on me.
Is that play call yours or Tommy's?
I'm responsible for all of it.
Kevin, on the first one, just I guess what prompted wanting to go forward in that scenario?
Yeah, it's a scenario that we talk about a lot. That's something that when you're down 14, feel good about the decision there. Didn't come through.
You got to have Shadore on the field in that moment. That's, I think, the part that we can both agree on. I mean, what is that I hear? Is that? Oh, ding, 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 ding. Oh, you and Coach Riz battling it out tomorrow for who actually came out looking good out of that answer with Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah, listen, I can appreciate that he said, hey,
Coach Riz loved that answer, by the way. He loved the accountability that he thought was taken within that answer.
The problem is you don't take accountability for why you took Shadore off the field.
So I'm on your side, by the way, but I want you to go after Coach.
You just want us to fight. I don't like.
I feel like you and Coach could dust it up a little bit there. He's just just kind of get after it a little bit.
One, I really respect Coach.
Get in the mud with Coach,
unlike anyone else. 2.
Well, no, wait, that made it seem like that was me.
Because you're gearing me up a little bit. No,
not me. All I ever talk about is great things about that man. He makes everyone better around him.
But here's the thing: you never took accountable for why Shadore wasn't on the field, and let's be honest. Any other quarterback, if that was Dylan Gabriel, he's not taking Dylan Gabriel's ass off the field. If that was Joe Flacco, he's not taking his ass off the field. So, and if we get around the NFL, I understand they had gone to the Wildcat in several other games since Shadore took over. You had the hot hand. And I don't know how many other head coaches in that exact scenario with your team getting multiple opportunities to get back into that game, and you got the breath of fresh air. I can co-sign the 2-point conversion, the call in general, to go for it. I would rather have good football players and good analytics, but again, beggars can't be choosers. This is their philosophy. You do you, King. But to take Shadore off the field was a galactically stupid idea, and I guarantee you, Kevin Stefanski's the guy in the NFL that makes that call. I don't know any of the other 31 of the other 32 head coaches would actually do that.
No, he's making the call. My problem with it was the idea that they were already making the call before the drive was completed, and that just tells me a lack of feel for the situation and what's happening. There's a confidence there that they're gonna score, but they didn't even know how they scored or what the situation looked like. It was just a little interesting to me. Tyvis Powell, Browns Radio Network, also joined Baskin and Phelps today. The former Buckeye broke down Ohio State's loss to Indiana in the Big Ten championship game.
To me, Indiana pulled what Ohio State defense did to everybody else. They caused a bunch of confusion with the offensive line and caused confusion with Julian Sains and Reeds. And Indiana just capitalized on that. And then obviously, everybody comes down to the 4th and 1. You get down there and whether you should kick a field goal or go for the first down, and obviously that's controversial. But I just think they got exposed in some areas, the offensive line and, in the secondary a little bit, they got exposed there. But it's better that it happened now opposed to, in January. You know what I'm saying? So it's good that they got this tape to look at. They'll be better from it. They got like 20-something days to sit on this L, and hopefully we can get the same response that they got last year after they lost.
I thought Tyvis did a great job of breaking down this game. I thought a lot of other Ohio State media polished a turd. Curt Cignetti coached like he needed to have this game. Ryan Day coached like he was coaching against Michigan before this year.
Yeah, Cignetti was coaching like this was the only game he's ever going to coach the rest of his life.
Yes, and I understand the idea that hey, you know what? We didn't need this one. They still ended up being the 2 seed, right? To hell with that. Are you Ohio State or are you not Ohio State? And when Ryan Day coached, the way he coached at the end of the first quarter, or the first half, what they did with those 3 minutes was ridiculous, short-sighted, and took points off the board. And then how they coached that final drive, starting in the beginning, basically, of the fourth quarter, was the same thing. I don't know if it was arrogance or whether he turtled. I just know he
I'm assuming you didn't like the 4th down calls then.
I didn't like any of it.
Yeah.
There was just so much about that. It's like, are you just going to... Are you up 45 and I didn't realize it?
So this is where I'm going to maybe polish that turd that you're talking about. Just the idea that this is a no harm, no foul situation, though. Like, yeah, all right, you're not a Big Ten title winner. Okay, fine. But, like, you beat Michigan this year, and everything in this season is still right in front of you. Like, that's a good thing for Ohio State at the end of the day. It's really not the end of the world the way this is all set up.
Yeah, but sicko Ryan Day coached against Rutgers the same way he did against Michigan.
I never bought into sicko Ryan Day. It just is what it is.
Well, now he's done.
Is that the end of sicko Ryan Day?
No, you got to win the national championship. You win the national championship, and all of a sudden, I'm like, he's back.
Did his nipple piercing go away?
Well, no. Did
it ever exist?
No, he just took it out for a day.
Put that thing back in.
Get some ointment on it.
Get some advice from Pony. Put that thing back in, and let's figure this out.
Pony's never taken that one out.
I need an update on that. All right, scratch that. I don't need an update on that, but I am curious.
Sounds like you need an update on that.
I am a little curious as to whether or not he stayed with that as a part of his life or whether or not he has moved on. Because if he stayed with it longer than he ever had to, that is an endorsement
that he just wanted to get one.
Yeah, for sure.
Freak this freak.
At this point, like, you raised a bunch of money already. Like, you did your thing. Like, you're good. You don't have to have that in anymore.
216-474-0092. What matters most in Shadore's 4 games down the stretch here, the final 4 games of this season? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson, and if you're like me this time of year,
Gather the whole fam, grab some gingerbread kits, and start building sweet moments together. Then keep the joy rolling, baking up tasty treats with Wondershop that'll make the season a blast. Make unforgettable memories with incredible prices on gingerbread kits and Wondershop baking essentials. And step into the holidays, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
I mean, if I keep seeing what I saw in this game, I think that answers it. Now, you want him to, the interception was bad. Yeah, and that's part of, you live with it a little bit, right? You try to do too much, and sometimes it turns into great plays, and sometimes it doesn't. But, you want to clean down maybe some of those, what I would call bad decisions. You want to make sure we don't get into some spots where we kind of have some of these lulls like we've had in a couple of these starts. But for the most part, he's shown the ability to attack you at all levels of the field. He's shown the ability to work inside the numbers and outside near the sidelines. I like what I've seen, and we just need to continue to see more and see it consistent. If he goes out there and you play these games competitively against these playoff teams, and hopefully, obviously, you want to win them. But as long as you're playing competitive football with these teams in December and he's looking good, I think you're well on your way to being able to make that answer.
Browns analyst Nathan Zegura giving us his thoughts on what the final 4 starts have to look like for Shadore, so that the conversation is real this offseason. Do you take a quarterback, or you just roll with Shadore going forward? I'd listen, maybe it's because we're still within the 24-hour, 36-hour window from the game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really truly know what the bar is. I think the easy thing to say, if he plays the way he did the last 4 games, one, you're actually going to win potentially 2 of the next 4 games, which I think would be huge. But if there's some iteration of, or if there's some aggregate of his first 3 games, I'd be really curious to see whether people think that clears the bar to have that conversation.
Oh, no, definitely. I think the people that today, though, are saying, oh, this takes you out of Mendoza and don't even bother with quarterbacks, I think that's too far.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think we need to see. I think we need to see more. And even if we see more in the next 4 games, it doesn't mean that the Browns won't turn around and be like, oh, we're the number 2 pick overall, and we got a chance for Mendoza, and we're going to leap up and just do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everything is still on the table. Again, the job that Shadore has, though, play like you did yesterday and make it incredibly hard on them to go ahead and make that decision with Mendoza or Dante Moore or whoever else.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, what did I say I wanted? I wanted to be the most competitive. I think I said, was it 3-14 or 5-12? I can't remember which. But
look, initially,
yes,
you said competitive. I think you said 3-win team.
Okay,
I think you were always on 3-win.
So the guy,
and then you moved to 4 right before the season started.
Well,
right?
That was a prediction.
Okay, I'm confused now.
Well, no, I was 3-win Wilson, and then I talked to Mike Pagel. And all of a sudden,
right.
it became 4-win.
I thought we had to talk with Perney, and then it was like it was a whole thing.
Also, Kelly Holcomb.
Yeah, he got involved. RG3 always gets involved in these convos.
I couldn't reach Tim Couch, but I could reach Jim Pine and Tim Couch's ex-wife, Heather Kozar.
Yeah.
And so I felt like I talked to Tim.
Might as well, basically.
Yeah. She birthed his sons.
So you're in the ballpark is the point.
Yes. Competitiveness to me truly matters. It's tough to ask this team down multiple starting offensive linemen, not knowing what you're going to get from pass catchers on any week. I think the defense is really starting to hit a point. I'm a little concerned about whether the defense is starting to check out after some injuries. Denzel obviously got banged up. Malik Collins out for the year. There's a point of diminishing return with those injuries. So to be like, well, if you go out there and get 2 out of 4 wins, you can now. I don't know that's the right bar to set, but it is. Mm-hmm. Are you making plays? When you make mistakes, are you battling back? I think I mocked him, and he deserved to be mocked when I was like, stats or wins, what's more important? And Daryl was like, I think it's more about how he plays. Well, so like stats. But I do like Daryl's point, which was...
He just didn't want to answer it and say stats.
Yeah, well, in fairness...
For some reason.
I think he is talking about the subtle nuances of playing the position. Are you putting your guys in a position to succeed? Are you checking out of things? Are you consistently doing the things that the Browns...
I'm just happy Daryl got Gage Larvidan's name right.
Listen.
Only took him to week 14.
I'm not going to start getting it wrong because he hasn't earned me getting it right after the
Is that the recourse? Is that the recourse of that?
Yeah, Gage Larvidan? I never heard of him before. I'm not a Haslam fan member. No, my point is though, this is a great 4-week stretch for Shadore to prove that he belongs. But I think, like with everything else with Shadore, unless it's as obvious as it was yesterday, there's going to be a heavily debated thing with a lot of people weighing in that maybe haven't watched every segment of it.
I think it's going to be incredibly hard to move the Browns off of Mendoza or Moore or whatever quarterback if they end up in a spot to be able to take one of them. But that's, again, the work is all right in front of there for Shadore. Like he can make this move. What I do think has become easier, though, Nick, is the idea that if they don't end up going quarterback in the very top of the first round, then I can't make a good case for them doing something like this Saints did last year with Tyler Shuck. Like something like that doesn't make sense at this point. I would much rather see Shadore be able to have next year and be able to see the runway that he can have and be able to kind of see what that looks like. And so, like, he's done a lot for himself with yesterday, done a ton for himself with yesterday, but he's got more work to do if he wants to completely dispel any part of Mendoza or Moore.
216-474-0092. What matters the most to Shadore down the final 4 games here, the stretch run of the season? Are we talking wins? Is it stats? What do you need to see so that we're having a genuine conversation in January, February, March, April about whether the Browns go quarterback in the draft or roll with Shadore going forward? Let's go with Greg in Parma. Greg, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up? Hey, real quick, Stefanski, he's consistent at saying, that's on me, that's on me. Now, getting on Shadore. Shadore, guys, just respect my opinion now. Oh, sure, Stefanski going to say, he's my quarterback for the rest of the year. Shadore is used to playing with no offensive line back in college, and that's what he's about to get in the pro. He's going to get killed. I would sit him down, or I would fake it. You know, he got that stomach injury or whatever, that back, it came back. Sit it down, Shadore. You don't got to prove nothing else. We already know what you can do. Get him some help. I wasn't playing. Let Derek go get in there and let's see what he got.
Greg, okay, Greg, that's the worst. I was thinking about this in the car ride. Thank you, Greg. I appreciate you.
We hung up on this.
The worst possible thing to happen for Shadore right now is to end up with like an injury or something where he can't continue to really supplement what this is.
Yeah.
Like he needs to keep this going. What yesterday was, this is the ride. You have to keep the ride going at all costs. Like an injury would be disastrous for him at this point because it would in many ways it would just negate everything that we just saw and it would set him back all the way back to the starting point. Like no.
Can you imagine Shadore doing all the work that Shadore's done?
It would be disastrous.
Overcoming all the obstacles. And then Shadore's like, oh, my back. I think Greg was suggesting Shadore should, like, fake an injury.
Well, I think he's suggesting that Shadore did enough right there that he's got this, like, long runway and he's going to be the quarterback of the future and all these other things. I'm telling you, that's not how they see this right now. And it's not how majority of fans see it either. Like, you still have to go out there. If anything, like, I would hope Shadore understands this more than anybody, that, like, the job is not done. That was a great game. The job is not anywhere close to done. You have to continue this momentum, and you have to make it impossible for them to even think about Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore or anything else. Because right now, they're in the driver's seat to take one of these young quarterbacks. They are.
So anytime somebody goes, respect my take before they give it.
I know, we're never going to like it.
You know it's probably not going to be a take.
They're out of pocket. And they know it. They know it beforehand that they're going to say something.
I'm about to say something ridiculous, but you have to respect it. That's called an upfront contract. And you bring no collateral to the table. Like you gotta like give me some reason. Like, are you putting up your house for this?
I do love the idea that they always say that, and then it's like of course, just because you said it, we agree to it.
Yeah, well, I mean,
we agreed to that.
I'm a man of my word. I can't go back on my word. Peter in Brunswick, welcome to the show.
Yes, what's going on, guys? No, I'm totally for. I mean, I think yesterday was kind of best case scenario for the Browns. Shadore, obviously, I mean, looked great. I mean, I think each game he's gotten better, and we still lost, which is good for draft position, which I love. My thought process is on this. I would love to see Shadore be competitive, get the Browns to be competitive. In a perfect world, Shadore's playing like he did last week or this past week. You know, we're putting up good numbers. He's looking like he's getting better each week, and we still lose the games. I would love to be a top 3 pick. I'd love to be like, hey, I think we have the answer with Shadore next year. And then I know there's going to be a quarterback-needy team, Arizona, New Orleans even, the Jets that have all those first-round picks where they're going to want to jump up there. And who's to say that we can't, flip that top 3 pick for another, 2 first-rounders and then just kind of build around it. I mean, you got to give him an O-line. You got to build some receivers. You got to bring talent around him. I mean, when the Browns were really good, or really good, 11 wins, we had guys around, our quarterbacks. We had good receivers. We had a good, healthy O-line. And we had good, players just around the ball. And we were good. I think it was great. I'm not sold on just having him. I know these next 4 weeks are huge, but best case scenario, he plays the way he did. You can roll him out next year, and then you can start to build around that offense because we've seen it each year. You draft a quarterback, you don't help any other positions on the offense. The quarterback's thrown to a freaking ball boy. That's what I got. Have a good one, guys.
Peter, we appreciate you. Now, what's going to be interesting is if this is where I think the supporters are in a tough spot here. If you want Shadore to play well enough that he's the guy going forward, you don't want him playing so well that Stefanski's here if you believe you can't trust Stefanski with Shadore's development.
That's the point I made in the 4 o'clock hour, was the idea that right now Stefanski hasn't shown me that he's any part of the causal reason for Shadore having this success. If the next 4 games he balls out and looks awesome, they're going to start to be connected in some sort of way. And there's fair or unfair, I think he's doing all this in spite of Stefanski, but that's going to be you can't possibly get rid of him because he's looking so good. But you know what, Nick? I'll roll the dice with that, okay? Yeah, I'll roll the dice. If that becomes the rhetoric, I'll roll the dice on that being it, and the two of them being tied at the hip if it gets me good Shadore Sanders play and a good quarterback moving forward.
You'd be surprised what we could possibly do. 216-474-0092. What do the next 4 games have to look like for Shadore in the extended audition? Peter, Denise, Abner, Tommy, you guys stick there. More to come in the final hour of the show in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
in the air as Notre Dame became the odd man out. Buckeyes await the winner of Miami and Texas A&M on December 20th to find out who they'll play on New Year's Eve. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jake Volnick.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ruiter recapping each and every practicing game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ruiter on the Browns all throughout the football season.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. It's been a fun show so far. We got 1 hour to go. In case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes. And we do have Eagles at Chargers on Monday Night Football. And hey, Saquon Barkley, if you could not bleep the bed this week as you have done for countless weeks previously, that'd be great.
Well, I mean, he's already attacked that big, giant, inflatable Easter bunny that got put in the locker room, so I think he's on the right side.
I'll just tell you, I need it. All right, you understand. I'm playing Daryl in the first round of the playoffs. You didn't hear about this today because I'm going Teddy Roosevelt. I'm walking softly and I'm carrying a big stick. And what that means is you're only going to hear about this playoff matchup with Daryl because it's a 2-week thing once I beat him.
I really thought you were going to go man in the arena there, and I was like, oh, that's interesting for the digital fantasy football players that we're talking about.
What's man in the arena? Is it too rough on you today?
Man in the arena. Man in the arena. The big, the Teddy Roosevelt quote that talks, Braun had it posted everywhere. It's one of those, it basically talks about don't criticize the person that steps foot in the arena unless you're willing to be that person themselves. I'm loosely doing this, obviously. Yeah. Basically, it makes it okay to tell fans that they stink for being fans, and because they're not the ones doing it. Like every athlete across the last 30 years has used that to justify why they think very little of fans, because they're not the ones that are actually putting themselves into the arena, into the game, so to speak, and for that, those people, for even attempting, are better than the people that they're just, observe.
No, I'm a man of the people. I can't do that.
Okay, then. Yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah. I always looked at it as a very rude saying for all the fans. Not what Roosevelt was going for, by the way.
Yeah. Well, shocking that 100 years later we would twist some of these words and take it out of context, get it wrong. However, we are talking about Shadore Sanders. We're talking about the final 4 games. What's at stake here? How much does winning matter for Shadore's chances to get the gig next year?
I don't think winning matters at all in this context. I really don't. I think if you lost 4 games and they looked exactly the same like this last game where you ended up losing by a couple points here and there or whatever, but he put up these numbers, I'm not really... Now, I the part that I would be like, wait, does Shadore not... Does he not know how to close out games? Does he not know what part of winning does he not know how to do? But I've seen Stefanski find ways to mess up these games so often that I would not be able to put that at the feet of Shadore. Conversely, if you win 4 straight games and they're all 10-8 finals, and Shadore's got throwing for 75 yards and 130 yards and 100 yards, I won't be like, but see, he won the final 4 games down the stretch. I think that would be lunacy, too.
In the interest of negating recency bias, let's say that his next 4 games are some mix. Let's say the perfect in-between of the first 2 games and yesterday. So you're probably getting 2, maybe 3 touchdowns, probably a turnover, and he looks good, but he doesn't look great. Let's go there, right? Then I do think winning matters. I don't know you need to win even 2 games, but I think you got to get at least 1 win down the stretch.
I'm okay with that if you end up... Well, again, is that the Bengals win in Week 18 when Joe Burrow's rested? Hendrickson is already out for the season now after the news today.
You need to get a win.
Okay.
I just don't think we can nitpick wins at this point. Again, I think you're right.
But I don't think it's mandatory either,
a win against the Bears, Steelers, or Bills goes a hell of a lot farther.
The difference for myself is it's not mandatory to me. You could lose the remaining 4 games. Now, do I want this to happen? Obviously not. I'd rather you win.
Seems like you want them to lose.
Well, it actually wouldn't be horrible for draft position, so maybe I take that back. But you could lose every game for the rest of the season, and if he looks like he did yesterday, I'm not going to be upset by it. I will wonder what happened to the defense. Because if you're losing these games and he's putting up games like he did yesterday, where it's 400 total purpose yards all by himself, you're wondering what happened to the defense.
It's even. I'll take 250. I'll take a strong 250 and 2 touchdowns or 3 touchdowns and 1 or no interceptions, right?
Yeah, I just can't be the person that constantly tells you that. I think quarterback wins isn't the stat I rely on when it comes to the regular season. Postseason, it's a little bit of a different story. Do I wish that he'd win all these games and also look great? Yes, but is it mandatory for myself? Not right now.
216-474-0092. How much does winning matter to Shadore's future? So winning down this stretch run here, I think there are going to be Browns fans. Now, listen, there's a segment of Browns fans who claim yesterday wasn't enough in the first place. But I think if you have 4 more games the way that yesterday looked, but they're all losses, I would not be surprised if there are people who still want to take a quarterback in April.
And I wouldn't be surprised by that either, but let me put it this way. Deshaun year 2 went 5-1. Did anybody leave year 2 being like, this guy's got it? Nobody did. Nobody did with good reason. Like, we all looked at it for what it was. We looked at it was a 5-1 record. He did get a lot of wins in year 2, oddly enough. But Deshaun wasn't the reason for a lot of those wins. And in those games, he didn't look particularly good. And so that's why I think it's really important that we kind of focus in on what Shadore is able to do and kind of leave the win-loss part of this maybe to the back burner for at least the 4 games.
All right, let's go with Tom in Chagrin. Welcome to the show, Tom in Chagrin.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing well. What you got for us, buddy?
Good, man. So I want to get your opinion on something or get your thoughts. So if Shadore balls out for the next 4 games, and by balls out I mean doesn't have to win all 4 games, right? But let's say if he did, my concerns are this: if he wins all 4, it probably keeps a quarterback off the draft card next year, right? Now they can go after somebody else. If he doesn't win all 4, let's say he wins 1 out of the 4. But he still has good games like he did yesterday. Plays pretty solid. My fear is they're still going to go after a quarterback. And then potentially, would they use Shadore as trade bait to get a receiver or move up in the draft?
Tom, we appreciate you. I don't know. If Shadore's... I think there's going to be a segment of people who go, well, if Shadore isn't enough to take the quarterback position, how much trade value can he have?
I would look at it more like, don't you then just you have your backup quarterback and he's insurance, but also I would also look at it like maybe Shadore ends up doing what they did with Drake May in New England, where in fact the starting like Mendoza would sit for the first 6, 7, 8 weeks or whatever, and Shadore would be the starter until you feel like Mendoza's 100% ready, and you kind of make that the transition.
I think the concern is though,
and then if Shadore goes off, then he goes off, and then you just you would delay Mendoza's development then though.
Yeah,
so that becomes tough.
I think the concern is going to be with Shadore. I think there's going to be a lot of questions, not on this show, but around the NFL, which means that there's going to be conversations in the Browns organization, depending on who's still in that organization. We know Shadore is comfortable being the face of the team. How comfortable is he really, or how good of a fit is he as a backup? And I look to other guys who are huge personalities. That was a big concern for Baker Mayfield when he got jettisoned out of Carolina. And he was able to disprove it, by the way, quickly in L.A., and then he never really had to deal with it since. Cam Newton at the end of his career. There's a reason Cam didn't spend the next, the 5 years after being a starter as a backup, because people said, why would you do that to your starting quarterback?
Yeah. I think we're just putting the cart before the horse, though. Let's see him ball out, and then that can be a good problem that we have to deal with. But even to the caller's point, though, like I'm not going to make a massive deal over wins, losses versus how it looks and the stats attached to it all. Like I can't do that right now.
Terry in Euclid. Welcome to the show, Terry.
Hey, what's happening, man?
Not much, buddy.
Hey, Couple things here. First of all, the running game for Titans looked so good, maybe because Malik Collins was out, and it showed you how much valuable he was. Now, getting to Shadore, there's no way that I would draft a quarterback next year. First of all, is the quarterback class better the year after that, or is it better this year?
It is, but this stuff always moves, though.
The quarterback class is going to be better the year after that.
It should be, Terry, but people said that about last year's quarterback class, too, where they're like, oh, the 2026 one's going to be stocked and loaded, and then you fast forward, and it, in fact, was not stocked and loaded.
Well, I don't see this class being stocked and loaded.
That's what I'm talking about. Like in 2025 when we were talking about Shadore versus Cam Ward and all those quarterbacks, they said, but 2026 has Klubnik, it's got Nussmeier, it's got Sellers, it's got potentially Arch Manning, it's got all these people, and then we fast forward, and the two people that are highlighted are two people that we didn't even expect in Mendoza and Moore, and the expected quarterbacks fell off. That's why it always changes.
The other thing I want to get to. Stefanski should be fired for this reason and main reason. You're a coach. You don't worry about next year. You don't worry about developing guys. You win now. Just think if they were to put that type of mentality in. The Steelers are 7-6 and lead the division. Just think if we were 5-7 or 6-6 right now, which we very well could have been. We'll be in the hunt for the division this year. And see, that's the thing I don't understand. This whole organization was geared to lose this year, and that's what happened because your mentality was to lose because you didn't think you had your quarterback. And also, the last thing I want to say is you put two quarterbacks on this roster that were veterans and jettisoned them. Then you had two rookies. Then you're going to say Shadore is a backup. Backups don't get reps. Well, if you knew you were going to do that, why wouldn't you get your backup going from throwing to the ball boy to the number one receiver? That don't make sense to me. It's not the same situation as another backup that actually had a chance to play and play with the starters or even the second teamers. So this is why he should be fired because they had no plan on what they were doing with the quarterback this year. Thank you.
Terry, we appreciate you. Listen, I think Stefanski, you can fire him off the first 5 years he was here. You can fire him off the last 2 years. And you can fire him off Deshaun Watson failing here. And you can also fail that he looked at Dylan Gabriel and thought Dylan was worth more of an investment early in the run here than Shadore was. And what that means is I'll leave the door cracked for, you know what, we just thought Dylan was more NFL ready. But as a coach, you should understand the difference between NFL ready and NFL ceiling. And understand the value of the reps you give. You getting Dylan Gabriel 100% ready to play, if that 100% still is only good enough to be a backup, while the kid that needed a little bit more work but might possibly get to a starter level in the near future, that was your decision. That's still fireable no matter how you frame the situation.
And we should add to this conversation, if Dylan Gabriel doesn't get hurt in the concussion, we don't know that Shadore would have actually seen the field this year.
Yeah.
That in and of itself is also coaching malpractice. And if they did get him on the field, it wouldn't have been with a long enough runway to really fully get the look that you need in order to see what he can do. And you wouldn't have seen what you saw this last week. And then, you talk about an epic fail. That would have been it. They lucked into this. In many ways, they've lucked into the situation that they're currently in and that we might have a franchise quarterback or a quarterback we can even use for next year and evaluate more off of. And it's not because of anything they did.
How much does winning matter to Shadore's future? This year, there's Shadore, or Zegura, as I was going to say, Anton Zegura. Big, that one song with Tommy Lee Jones and whatnot. We're going to stop, okay? I'm stopping it right here. There's Shadore.
This is off the rails.
Mac, I'm trying to land the plane. Get off the runway.
Not doing it well.
Ooh, you got me.
Wait, I took out my headphone. I missed the jab. What was the jab?
I said not doing it well.
The Mac, the burn really here is Mac's a 30-year-old virgin.
On his birthday.
Yep. That being said, there's Shadore and there's the other guy. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Running a
the rest of this game, and this is a rock-bottom loss. I was at all the home games during 0-16, and this feels worse. This is the most inept I've ever seen this team, and I don't know how we can keep supporting this. This is awful. Go Browns.
Be a part of the conversation on the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. In case we missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here, we also have the Eagles and Chargers Monday Night Football coming up at the end of this hour. But today has been reacting in large part to Shadore's big game, how bad Kevin Stefanski was yesterday. His coaching staff in general, not just Kevin. But we should acknowledge that the Ohio State-Indiana game was a letdown as an Ohio State fan because you didn't have to lose that game. And I think if you were a Browns fan, like trying to sink your teeth into Fernando Mendoza, I don't know you came away from that game feeling like that's the guy that's going to change the franchise either.
Well, if you looked at the first half, you'd say no chance. And the second half, it kept being third down plays. The 3rd and 2 was big. The 3rd and 6 was big. There was just a few big time throws that I did like. Now he ruined me with the post game press conference. That was absolutely brutal.
We probably should play that. So this has been compared to a wrestling promo. This has been compared to a train wreck. Fernando Mendoza being interviewed by Fox after the win.
It sounds so beautiful. I want to give all the glory to God. We were never supposed to be in this position, but by the glory of God, the great coaches, great teammates, everyone we have around us, we were able to pull this off. Whoever thought the Hoosiers would be here, but now the Hoosiers are flipping champs. Let's go.
I mean, the flipping part, I don't know what else he's supposed to say there. It's like us swearing on here. It's like, but I'm never going to say flipping.
Yeah, no.
I'm never going to say flipping.
You just can't. Honestly, I think the good Lord would understand you cursing in the spirit of not sounding like a knob, right? Also, I
don't think he's worried about the good Lord there. I think he's worried.
I think he does. I think he deked himself out because he started it with being like, "Oh, glory to God." I think God's like, I don't need that glory.
Sound like our buddy Willie P there for a second,
That's an inside joke.
And then, but his voice cracks and everything that just seems like it was awful. He's football Ned Flanders. There's no other way around it.
But we've
known this.
The Megazord of Ned Flanderisms.
But we've known this though. He's got 2 master's degrees.
Listen to this.
Different.
Kirk Cousins would stuff this into a locker.
It sounds so beautiful. I want to give all the glory to God. We were never supposed to be in this position, but by the glory of God, the great coaches, great teammates, everyone we have around us, we were able to pull this off. Whoever thought the Hoosiers would be here, but now the Hoosiers are flipping champs. Let's go.
By the way,
it's J.J. McCarthy vibes is what it is.
Plenty of people thought you would be there because you were one of the 5 best teams or 5 highest ranked teams coming into the season.
And consistently ranked in the top 5 the entire year. Yeah.
This is the promo you cut last year.
It still is Indiana football though, it's still too new for everyone to be like, of course they were going to be good.
I will tell you that was the best response to Indiana winning was Ohio State fans were like, who cares? It's Indiana. Let them have it.
Yeah, almost like there was a sense of joy and pride for Indiana. Like, good for you. You got it done.
It was like, had you won, there would have been flexes and Big 10 champions. You beat Michigan. We're going to go win the national championship. You would have totally been like, we're the best team in college football. But the second it was obvious that Ryan Day had lost that game, Ohio State fans were like, don't care. Enjoy it, nerds. It was like going from, it was not even giving Indiana the satisfaction of beating you by then melting down and being like, I can't believe we lost Indiana.
Do you buy into the idea of a good loss?
No. Yes, but not in this one.
Not in this one, okay.
This is not a good loss. No, this is a bad loss. This is an embarrassing loss. A good loss to me is, hey, you just had the wrong mistake at the wrong time, right? Everybody was in the right position, confluence of events, but you played a hell of a game. Ohio State played a D- game. And I thought Indiana played, I don't think they played an A+ game either. I thought they played probably a B- game. But at least they fell back on what makes Indiana good at football. Ohio State, did Ryan Day care about that game? Because it didn't feel like the stakes were as high as like when he beat Hell, I don't know, Washington in the regular season.
I mean, I did hear some people suggesting that he was holding a lot of things back that he's going to use in the college football playoff. I heard that excuse floating around there.
Yeah, but I think that's an excuse. I'm not saying, because here's the thing. You can't let it all on the line against Michigan and then be like, all right, we're gonna reel it back in. We're gonna put the tiger back in the cage.
I do wonder, and I don't prescribe to that thought process, but I do wonder if last year he did. The case with him with the Michigan game was that he was doing just that for so many years. Last year's Michigan game, 13-10, but he knew he had to win Michigan. He knew it mattered too much. He had to beat Michigan, so he let the tiger out of the cage, did everything he needed to there, and then I don't know. Maybe in this game, maybe he did just kind of put the stop sign up. Maybe not use as much at all the different plays that he wanted to.
But here's the thing: it wasn't like what trick plays could we have used, like Quinshon Judkins on like a 2-point conversion. It wasn't just that; it was time management that screwed him. He treated the final 3 minutes of the first half like he was up by 20 points instead of like there was a point to make a 14-point swing.
I mean, I know Jeremiah Smith had a massive game, obviously. Like, he played really well. But, like, in that moment, watching that game, I just kept thinking, why isn't 50% of your throws basically going to the man one-on-one coverage that Jeremiah Smith had all game?
Yeah, that, I would also say just in general, I want to get to another excuse because this just popped up. People putting this at the feet of Brian Hartline is one of the most embarrassing, because the Ohio State fans who were mad about this did that. Guys, they didn't lose because Brian Hartline became the head coach for South Florida.
Right.
Stop embarrassing yourself. And by the way, it was the same people who were trying to act like Chris Henry Jr. delaying his signing by 3 days was a big deal, and that we should be mad at Brian Hartline for that. It was not a good week for Ohio State, and I got to be honest with you. You should wonder if Ohio State can win the national championship now. That game, you got outcompeted. You got outcompeted, you got out-talented, you just got embarrassed on a lot of fronts, and your coach, down his leg.
I think there was a couple encouraging things. Obviously, the idea that Indiana's high-powered offense, number 2 offense in the entire country, they're averaging 45 points a game. Again, that's the second highest number in the entire college football ranks. They looked stopped at a lot of times. Again, they converted some key third downs, though. But your offense and Indiana's got a lot of good defensive players, but the Buckeyes' offense just wasn't there.
Yeah, you're going to face it's the high likelihood is you're going to face a better defense in the playoffs than you did, or you might just face it again with Indiana. I don't know. I think it's apparent Ohio State has gotten better at pass pro this year on the offensive line, which I think has helped Julian Sayin. I think they've regressed significantly as a run protector or a run blocking scheme, and they just can't run the ball. You just...
Yeah, Bo Jackson was good in the Michigan game. He wasn't particularly good in this game.
And so I think the offense got exposed. And again, I think Ryan Day got exposed. I think there was a better head coach on the field. But to get back to Fernando Mendoza, if you're already on the fence for Fernando Mendoza, I don't know pre or post game. I don't know in game or post game made you feel better that that's going to be the guy. Because what are we talking about?
I did in the second half. I legitimately did in the second half. He made a couple really nice throws in there, but it's not as if I'm the person knocking down the door for Mendoza to begin with anyway. He clinched the Heisman, by the way. Did you see the Vegas odds shift on this whole thing?
Yeah.
He went from plus 170 before the game got underway to minus 2,500 on Sunday morning. They basically, Vegas gave him the Heisman after that performance.
216-474-0092. Fernando Mendoza in Indiana won.
So you're out. You're out of Mendoza is what you're saying.
I'm more out.
Or based off of that game alone, if you only had to judge that one. Because I kept wondering, midnight on Saturday, what was the reactions going to be? And I agree overall. I don't think many people left being we must have that guy. But you did see on Sunday during the broadcast, you saw a couple people had signs up for Mendoza at Huntington Bank Stadium.
Yeah, I just think it's to the point of, if you're going to take a quarterback, I need someone to make it a yes. Right now, it's somewhere in between a yes and a no, and that's... The idea were that for him and Dante Moore and Archman and anybody that could hypothetically come out this season or this draft season is incredibly concerning that I don't have that's the guy.
It feels like last year in many ways.
I kind of feel like it's worse.
It could get there. I think there's something to Dante Moore that I just don't think he's going to. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to come out or not.
I want to see more.
I do too. Pun intended. I do too. We got to retire that one, right? Like when we have these Dante Moore discussions, we got to retire that, right?
Which one?
The more puns attached to it all.
So you would like to see Dante?
I'd like to see less. Yeah, I'd like to see less. Oh no, this is going to be brutal. Why can't people just have normal names? I can't.
Dante Moore is a normal name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Less is more.
Goes back to the old countries. 216-474-0092.
Sure it does.
I did the Big Ten title game. Listen, you're the one.
What name doesn't go back to the old countries?
I'll find one.
Okay.
Did the Big Ten title game make you want Fernando Mendoza in Cleveland more? Fernando. James in Akron, welcome to the show.
Okay, I got to ask a question. First of all, the top 4 quarterbacks in the college right now, you have to, let's say the top 5. Now, you have to look at Sanders. He was always number 1 or 2 the whole year. Now, let's look at the ones that are there. Who's better of the top 5 quarterbacks right now in the league, in college, that's come out that's going to be better than Sanders? That's one question. The next question is this. I have yet to see in 30, 40 years a quarterback to come out of college and is able to lead their team to anything. So if the Browns decide, okay, we're going to go for a quarterback, what they're saying, we got a 3 or 4 year window.
Wait, you mean like Jayden Daniels just did this? What do you mean?
Yeah, well, look at him. I mean, you named
year 1 he went to the NFC title game.
Oh, you're talking about the boy from Philly. Okay, well, that's
the guy from Washington.
I'll give him to him. I want you to tell me what quarterback in college right now is better than the 4 that we have. I mean, the 2 that we have. The top 4 or 5. They're not there. Now the next thing, let me go to this. Everybody's talking about firing the coach. Okay, I don't know if you fired the coach or not. I can't fault him because the coach picked the guy that he thought was going to be successful, and he wasn't. But he gave him too much rope. Now, if we had Sanders earlier playing like he's playing now, we probably would have won 4 or 5 games that we've lost. So, I mean, you gotta give the guy credit for what he's doing. Nothing's wrong with our coach, but you guys want to get rid of him, so you do what you do.
James,
right, but you got to be real. Be real about what's going on and evaluate the people for what they do.
James, that's all we've done.
That's all we've done. That's the whole job that we've done, James.
James,
you might not agree with our evaluation, but that's all we've done.
Yeah. By the way, you just said, you don't know if you're going to fire Stefanski, but that he just got it wrong. Yeah, that means he should be fired. When you get it wrong more than you get it right, then that's how we evaluate you. I don't remember any of the questions because they were like. Well,
one of them was, do we think Shadore is better than the other college quarterbacks that are there right now?
But better how? Those guys are going to go in the first round. A few of them are going to go into the first round. Shadore was a 5th rounder. I thought he was a 2nd round talent. You thought he was worth the number 2 pick in the draft.
Right.
So I don't know how we're grading a guy that we've seen on the NFL field versus that.
Also, are we doing this like if they all played tomorrow with the Browns, how would they all fare out? Is that the question too? Is that part of it?
There were questions. There was a riddle
would be
in
the
there.
Unquestioned answer.
The facsimile in there. Maybe hyperbole. Some light erotica. I don't know. There was a lot there.
White erotica?
Light erotica.
Oh, the white isn't the part that I got hung up on.
Oh,
this is off the rails.
I thought you said something else. I was like, I would never say that. Now, you're not going to out-freak this freak, okay?
No, I didn't get that specific with the type of erotica.
You're looking at me like I'm being ridiculous. 216-474-0092.
You guys are special.
How much does winning matter to Shadore's future down the stretch here? In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Big thanks to Daryl Ruiter. Big thanks to Nathan Zegura. Daryl joined us at 3:20, talked Shadore Sanders, Kevin Stefanski, and whatnot. Nathan joined us at 5. He talked Shadore Sanders, Kevin Stefanski, and whatnot. Got a big week. We got Albert Breer tomorrow. Got John Fanta tomorrow. John Fanta was hot on social media on Sunday. He is fully turned. I don't think he can come back. I don't think he can flip-flop back if Stefanski wins a couple games.
Yeah, you don't underestimate him.
You should have seen the tweets.
World-class flip-flopper. He could do it.
We've also got Albert, so we'll ask him. Did he see anything good from Shadore? Just curious. Just didn't know. Don't know if he's going to own us tomorrow.
I don't know how we're going to do this.
I'm going to play what he said a couple weeks ago, and we're going to play it for him. And I go, your moment of reckoning has come, sir.
And then I want to see how he handles it. I think
Watch him not show up on time tomorrow. Watch him call in.
Be very convenient.
3 minutes into the damn segment.
Or all of a sudden, it's like, we got to move the times, and then all of a sudden the times just don't work. And meanwhile, after the bad Shadore game, he was lined up like 3 minutes early.
He actually listened to the entirety of the lead at 5.
He was all ready to go. He really was.
He actually sat on hold from 3:55 to 5:20 just to make sure he was ready to have that Shadore conversation. That being said, if you guys missed any of today's show, make sure to watch the full episode back, all 5 hours on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. But it is time for In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off here with Daniel Jones. His season ends with an injury, and I would imagine so do the Colts' chances of making the postseason or at least extending on their year. Are you upset for Indianapolis fans? This is the way it all goes down.
I think Danny Dimes' booty cheeks. This sucks. There's just no other way of putting it. And the whole week previously, all he had talked about is he's playing through an injury. And his 2 teammates from college had helped design. They 3D printed this brace to help him.
This brace that had saved him at a different part of his career as well.
Yeah,
and then they started selling it off of that experience, and now that company's got to be shot now, right?
If you want to buy some penny stocks, it's whatever that company is.
I forgot about that story.
Felt horrible for him. Felt even worse for Colts fans. Thought it was really funny for the Colts organization.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it, because
where was Irsay's daughter during all this?
I don't know. She was on the headset listening to old calls from Howard Mudd back in the day.
I didn't know if we had some photos of her on the sideline, because she's on the sideline with the headset of her crashing out.
It would be the funniest thing if she just disappeared now. Well, if she distanced herself.
They've now lost 3 in a row, 4 out of their last 5.
That's actually the thing I don't like, is this is going to be everyone's going to misremember. You know what? Daniel Jones got hurt. You can't see an injury coming, and
instead of the reality that they were sinking.
They were starting to crash.
Yeah.
The injury might be merciful to Danny Dimes, because it might actually still save him some money, because they got no choice but to pay him. Because you don't have a first-round pick. Who the hell else are you going to get to go there? And how are you going to get him?
And they made the big trade in order to try to put out all the chips in the middle of the table this year. Oh yeah, that's brutal. I'm trying to. So Anthony Richardson, I'm trying to figure out the update on him. If we could just slide him in. I know Riley Leonard also. Is he still alive? The sad part about this is that
he's on IR right now.
He could be. Is he still? So he's on IR.
Yeah, and they said that they will not be activating him.
Oh, really? Was that the update? They won't even activate him?
How bad do you have to be? The playoffs you're still in a playoff spot today, right? Are you the 8th seed? You're right there.
You haven't dropped out of the playoffs yet. I'd have to look it up though.
You're right there. You just need somebody to come in and just give you enough to get to the playoffs. And they're he's the number 4 pick, but we're just not going to do that.
And it's an orbital fracture too, and so
that's right. He got hit with the stretch band.
Yeah. And so of all things,
they dropped to the 8th seed after the loss yesterday.
So they're out of it as of right now.
They are out of it today.
Wow.
And currently, according to NFL.com, it gives them a 42% chance of making it.
Penn State finally found their coach over the weekend, hiring Iowa State head coach Matt Campbell on an 8-year deal. Man, do they really even like Ohio State anymore, that morning show that really loves Matt Campbell? Is this a good hire for Penn State, and is it a good hire for good move for Matt Campbell?
So we did discuss this Friday, and we went through. I like this move a ton. I think this is a great move. I think that, but I like Matt Campbell. The man had Iowa State a top 25 team twice in the last 5 years when they'd been once the previous 40. You don't even have the best team in Iowa to recruit from, and he was able to make them successful. So, yes, I like this. I also have a buddy of mine that played at Iowa State, and so I've always kept a close eye on this. I don't wear the hoodies to talk about it and do anything like that, but yeah, it's a great hire. They somehow made an awesome situation out of what was turning out to be a dumpster fire.
So, I think Matt Campbell is a good head coach. I think he's also a bit of a media creation, meaning that the media decided roughly 6 years ago that Matt Campbell was a great head coach and never deviated off that, and haven't had reason to. The Iowa State has not been even that great recently, but he's been a head coach since 2011. He has won 11-win season in that time, and I think, to me, it's a fit thing. Like, he's never had to walk into a situation and immediately be expected to make the playoffs. That is different than what he stepped into at Toledo or Iowa State. It doesn't mean he can't do it, but he's not going to have the patience. He's not going to be beloved in Penn State unless he wins right away. To me, it's like Kalen DeBoer going to Alabama.
Okay, but
good head coach, great program builder, potentially great head coach. But, man, the expectations are just different at Alabama and Penn State.
They are different. I do think he's going to have this year, though, because have you seen Penn State's recruiting for this season so far? Well, one of the worst in the country. Yeah. I mean, just abysmal. So I think Penn State fans will give him the first year, I think, will be nicer to him and more kind to him than maybe what we typically would talk about in this type of situation. Yeah, he's going to have to win. Would I have advised him that, this is the move? No, I wouldn't have.
And it's also entry point, like when you get the job.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I do wonder, Northeast Ohio kid, everything associated with him, I do wonder if he was trying to hold out and wait for the Ohio State job and then came to the conclusion that Ryan Day, after this last year, is going nowhere, so he might as well make the big jump that he's always been talking about.
I don't think Matt would have been even top 3 if the Ohio State job came out tomorrow.
Well, no, now at this point, yes, because now at this point we have so many other guys, like Hartline, all these other people that we've now put in the mix, but if Ryan Day had been fired last year at this time, I think he would have been a serious contender.
I will say, I'm rooting for him. I'm not rooting against him. It's one of those things where, it's much like actual marriage. You got to be on the same page. You got to have the profile that fit each other. I really hope Penn State doesn't screw him up, because he is. I buy into the fact that I think he can win in a lot of places. Yeah. Most coaches can't.
I like him a lot, but again, in saying that, though, I think they might have just hired a guy that had a similar ceiling that James Franklin just had, and that would be the worry if I was Penn State.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board today. By the way, Mac, happy birthday, buddy. Seriously.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, JP.
Didn't know if I was going to get it in there, did you?
I was just waiting.
It was a pause. It was a delayed pause. I said, "Are we doing this? We not doing this?"
You told me happy birthday earlier, so I appreciate it.
I did. But yes, happy birthday. Hope you enjoy it.
Not until it's on the air. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Jake Volnick. Great stuff from everybody on the show today. Callers, texters, tweeters, and whatnot. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Whew. It's going to be a week, guys. More on Shadore, more on the Brown situation, and people thinking that yesterday was the best case scenario. We got Monday Night Football coming up. See you guys tomorrow at 2.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.